All right. Hello, everybody. I am back once again. Today is going to be a pretty good day. We got some reactions to do today. Now this is going to be interesting because after last week's attempt at doing reaction streams, I'm pretty confident that I can do this. Yeah. So let's see. I can do like a couple of Lore Keeper Toby videos. Man, that's gonna take some getting used to. Yeah, I can react to to like a couple of Lore Keeper Toby videos. I can try to also pick out some Lockston videos that I used to write for and give like I guess give like a behind the scenes commentary as to what my thought process was when writing the script. Yeah, and then see if probably see if maybe I feel the same way when it comes to what I wrote back then, and if I feel the same way now. Should be good. Should be good stuff. Holy, welcome to the stream, man. Glad to see you're here. All right, now I will be honest. On the way on the way here, like I was distracted by playing more Yu-Gi-Oh earlier, and I was almost late to the stream because I'm like because I was so locked in some of my duels. I'm just like, oh shit, oh no, oh I'm gonna be late for the stream. So I kind of like Alt F forward and just ran right here, scrambled. All right, so how's everybody's day today? Hopefully today if your day's almost over, how's your day been? If your day's just begun, well, I hope hope you had a good sleep. All right, so let me make sure that everything is ready to go for the reactions. So give me just a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. I also gotta make sure that the volume on these videos are not going to blow anybody's ears out. Uh, all right. Hopefully that should do it. Okay. Gonna give it a little bit more time so that way people can start trickling in if they're coming. All right. All right, give me just a moment. Let's see. Trying to make sure I have like my separate chat here on my phone, so that way I can see you guys while I'm doing the reactions. All right, there we go. Oh, come on. I need to see the chat. There we go. All right. Cool. Got that taken care of. Alrighty. Spilled spot remover on your dog and now he's gone. Aw. Regrettable name choice, it seems. Never want to name your dog Spot. Name it something cool. You know, like well, not my last dog. Rest her soul. The dog I had before my last dog. Now I named him Kami, because apparently he was part wolf. I'm just like, oh, nice. Well, I know what name to give him. I'm gonna name him Okami, and we just call him Kami for short. I'll name a dog after my McDonald's order. So, what would that be? Big Mac? Or, Quarter Pounder? Would it be double cheeseburger? Man, you're making... I just ate, like, not too long ago, and you're already making me hungry. Alright, so... Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and pull up a video from Loxton's channel. And then we'll get started from there. Large quarter pounder with cheese, large fries, and a Diet Coke. Can I get a motherfucking, Yeah, let me get a... Alright, so, Loxton just released a new video recently. So we're gonna go ahead and react to that one first. And then I will pull up a video... I'll pull up a video that I worked on in the past. In fact, I think I know just the videos to pull up. So let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and get this here started. All right. Alrighty. So. Sometimes I also add another hamburger, but that's when I'm particularly hungry. Yeah, fast metabolism. Yeah, I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That's sadly that's the number one reason why I'm having so much trouble trying to break 130 pounds, or really 125 pounds, because every time I can't seem to break past that number. But yeah, it's because I also have a fast metabolism. All right. Oh, it's not showing up here. There we go. Now we're all set. Okay. So I'm gonna play like 10 seconds of probably 10 to 15 seconds of the video, just to just to see about if the volume is okay or not. You guys let me know if it's too loud or too low.
Oh gosh, new Mega Dimensions DLC trailer with a girl that makes donuts so Hoopa can send you to the Mega Dimension. Because donuts are a hoop-shaped food. Also, there's two new Mega Evolutions, Chimecho and Baxcalibur. So, utilizing my years of Pokemon origin study, what are my first impressions of these Pokemon?
Alright, how's the volume so far?
Design...
Was the volume too loud? Was the volume too high, too low? Yeah, I got some thoughts. I got some thoughts about it. Just a touch high. All right. Well, let me go ahead and lower that here a smidge. All right. All right, here we go again.
Oh gosh, new Mega Dimensions DLC trailer with a girl that makes donuts so Hoopa can send you to the Mega Dimension. Because donuts are a hoop-shaped food.
Right.
Also, there's two new Mega Evolutions.
How about that?
Chimecho and Baxcalibur. So, utilizing my years of Pokemon origin study, what are my first impressions
the Mega,
of Pokemon and
the Mega Jinx video.
Origins?
That Mega Jinx video, oh man, I remember that one. It's better? Okay, good. All right, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna actually I'm gonna actually carry on as if I'm making a YouTube video out of this. So I'm gonna start from the beginning, right? And then I'm gonna do a whole spiel. All right. So here we go. Oh wait, but before I do that, I feel like retro chat might. Feel like the chat box will be a little distracting, so I'm gonna just hide that for a moment. All right. Cool. Alrighty. So here we go. All right, we have here hot takes on Mega Baxcalibur and Mega Chimeco by Loxton and Noggin. Go give if you haven't already given them a like and a follow, be sure to do that. All right, here we go.
Oh gosh, new Mega Dimensions DLC trailer with a girl that makes donuts so Hoopa can send you to the Mega Dimension. Because donuts are a hoop-shaped food. Also, there's two new Mega Evolutions, Chimeco and Baxcalibur. So, utilizing my...
So yeah, the donuts are a hoop-shaped food. Yes, indeed. Or rather, is it just something that we punched a hole into? Because I feel like there's a bit of a difference there. Um, the the top two thumbnails of those two videos involve boobs. Well then, that's funny. All right, but yeah, I'm very interested in Ansha. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go back here for a minute because yeah, Ansha right here is she's quite interesting. She's very clearly somehow related to Diantha, the former champion of the Kalos region, and it's right now it's up in the air as to what the relationship is between her and Diantha. Is she Diantha's child that we never got any sort of word about back in X and Y? Is she somehow Diantha herself, just younger for some reason? Is she an alternate universe version of Diantha? I heard someone on Twitter I heard someone on Twitter say that she's probably like a paradox version of Diantha, which okay, interesting tie into Scarlet and Violet, especially considering that Paldea Pokemon are going to be featured in or I'm not sure how many Paldea Pokemon are going to be featured in the Mega Hyper Lumiose, but they're going to be there. He's going to talk about Mega Baxcalibur, so yeah, so it's very interesting. Definitely something to keep note of. Either Paradox Diantha, an alternate universe Diantha, or Diantha's child. Those are top three contenders as to who Ansha could be in terms as how she relates to Diantha. Damn it, I want donuts now. I actually had donuts like yesterday. It was pretty. They were pretty good. Boston cream donuts. Can't beat them.
girl that makes donuts so Hoopa can send you to the Mega Dimension. Because donuts are a hoop-shaped food. Also, there's two new Mega Evolutions, Chimeco and Baxcalibur. So, utilizing my years of Pokemon origin study, what are my first impressions of...
Alright, so Mega Chimeco, Mega Baxcalibur. So once again, Mega Chimeco here seems to lean into the like part of the Mega Evolution design philosophy that Game Freak uses, and that it incorporates elements of the previous evolution into the new Mega Evolution. Which in this case, for Mega Chimeco, it actually works because it makes it very ornamental, right? So you've got the Chingling like frame there. You got the Chingling frame. Chimeco's the main Chimeco body is hanging from in the middle, and then it's flanked by three like smaller Chimeco bodies. I'm not sure if those are like smaller Chimecos, but I think they are. But like three additional like copies of Chimeco's body flanking it. And then something I'm taking note of is the fact that you got the three different colors. You got red, green, and blue, which is interesting because if you recall, uh, not Chimeco but Chingling was introduced in Generation 4, and so Sinnoh, and then what happened in Sinnoh? Oh, we get we get like really weird space-time dimension stuff happening. And what color does this? What color what color showcase that changes the sky? It's red, green, and blue. So that's really interesting to take note of there. And of course, we have Baxcalibur here. Baxcalibur, I much prefer this take on Mega Evolution, where it's enhancing stuff that's already present on the on the current Pokemon. In this case, for Baxcalibur, it took the icy dorsal fin and just made it even more. Extended it, made it seem like it's impaling the Pokemon as a sword. So pretty cool, pretty cool.
Of these Pokemon and their potential design origins. It's cool to see Chimecho getting a Mega. After 23 years, Chimecho might finally be.
Oh, there's a bot here. Hello, bot. Get out of here. Get out of here, bots. All right. Take care of that. Let's continue.
Useful. But also I recently finished up a fan region-like project based on Kanto in the year 2096, and in it we also gave Chimecho a new evolution. Made it a big dragon gong. Gongs work similarly to wind chimes, just a whole lot bigger.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. Okay. And yeah, this was for his Legends Kanto series, where it's supposed to like take place in a weird alternate future where everything is more dystopic. That's not personally my jam, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. If you guys haven't seen those videos, then I recommend it.
But now we have an official follow-up to Chimecho, Mega Chimecho. And we got a bunch of smaller wind chimes, which, to be fair, would resonate with each other. Being next to one wind chime is one thing. Being next to several wind chimes
Are they also
is
from Locksmith? Yeah, so those videos are also from Locksmith.
Chaos. It's difficult to focus. And there being so many of them on this one mon would, I imagine, make it difficult to focus on just one too. It's almost like it's double teaming just by being itself. And surely its psychic power is helping with the confusion of it. But speaking of its type, it added the steel type to the mix, likely due to its...
Oh! It adds a steel type. Well then, makes perfect sense. I'm surprised that I've always been surprised that Chimecho was never steel psychic to begin with. But yeah, steel psychic makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't question it. In fact, I'm based on how my previous assumptions, I'd say it's about damn time.
Its steel frame. It's always been based on food and glass.
I would
wind
love to
chimes
have
hung
one of
around
those
Shinto shrines to help predict
Chimecho chimes.
disasters, hence the psychic foresight in its design. And now with its big red and white rope ears, turned into baby speak in the middle of that. Well, there's a good reason for that, as you'll see. But those big red and white ropes are the ropes that are used to ring large Suzu bells, the ones hung up in the shrine itself for people to ring to get the attention of Kami before.
Yeah, again, the red and white ropes, an element from Chingling, and Chingling is based on one of these these prayer bells that are found in Japanese Shinto shrines and Buddhist shrines as well. Yep, that tracks.
Or praying to them, or making a donation to the shrine. Though they're multi-use, as the sound is also said to ward off evil spirits, keeping the shrine a peaceful place. But not just any peaceful place, but a peaceful place that is absolutely doused in the sound of these wind chimes. Look at all these! Hung from the rafters,
man,
hung
that's
on
a
the
lot.
corners, hung on the horizontal bars made of wood, bamboo, or even steel. And the shape of that steel frame, along with its rope ears, yeah, do you see it? Do ya? Yeah, Mega Chimecho has joined the likes of Dragonite, Ampharos, Medicham, and more in the Megas that pull elements from their earlier evolutions.
Why is Medicham on this list? I never considered Medicham to be one of those Pokemon that's like, oh yeah, it's taking from its previous thing. Like, I don't see that. In fact, I see Medicham as more as the other type of Mega Evolution, where it's like it's even more of itself rather than taking an element from its previous evolution. So that's kind of interesting.
Club. That's just straight up chingling. I love it! And given how important its inspirational sources are to temples and Shintoism, having 6 Chimeco copies, meaning there are 7 Chimecos here, is also quite fitting. Numbers have meaning in many cultures the world over, but in Japan, the number 7 is a number most associated with luck, Buddhist spirituality, and prosperity. The things folks
Nice.
go to ask the kami for help.
So yes, that is true. But make sure not to, because there's 2 pronunciations for the number 7 in Japanese. There's nana, but there's also shichi, and my recollection, the Japanese really don't like to use that latter pronunciation because it's got she, and of course she is death, and it's like, well, okay, sure. But it's very this it is also used for as a symbol of luck. So, hey, just like in Western civilization, where they also use the number 7 as a lucky symbol.
Help with the most. And now then, Baxcalibur. We've previously gone in depth with the Baxcalibur line. The dude is 1/2 Concavenator and 1/2 Walking Godzilla reference. Gosh.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had to cut out quite a few bits from our video covering them in the YouTube editor after posting it, because while my knowledge of dinosaurs and Pokemon and history and stuff is pretty good, my knowledge of the Godzilla franchise is
Loxton, you could have you could have went to me. I loved Godzilla. I could, man. I should have reached out to him for that, because Godzilla. I'm a big Godzilla fan. I was raised on Godzilla movies, like from the OG to the Showa era to the Heisei era to the Millennium era. I love all Godzilla movies. Sad though that I haven't had the time to actually watch -1, but I will make time to watch -1 because I heard it's getting a sequel in the works, and that makes me excited. But yeah, man, I really wish I could have reached out to him, like, hey, I could help you out with some some Godzilla stuff. Yeah, because absolutely, what was it, Frigiback? I think it was Frigibax. No, it was it was the first evolution. The first evolution absolutely is a reference to the ugly ass Manila, or sorry, not Manila. What was it, Manila? No. Yeah. It was. Yeah, no, it was Manila. Yeah, ugly ass Manila from like the Showa era, the old from the old Showa era Godzilla movies, where Godzilla was friend to mankind, and fucking always wanting to, also a friend to the children, and then fucking Manila was his son, and Manila gave birth to Satan, to the Satan spawn that was Godzuki in the American Godzilla cartoon. Ugh, I hate Manila. I really do. It was a mistake. Manila was a mistake. Anyways, getting back to this video.
let's just say lacking.
But
What this Mega does is 3 things mainly. It gives it a bit of a helmet, it exemplifies its sword in the stone motif, and it possibly references yet another iconic Godzilla moment. You see, at the end of the 2002 Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yes, I can see where they're coming from with that. But here's the thing. Kiryu there, the Mechagodzilla that's in that poster there, Kiryu fires the absolute zero cannon, but it doesn't actually, I don't think it ever hits Godzilla. I think he hit, because the sequel to that movie, Tokyo SOS, Godzilla has a scar, and I believe that scar was not from the absolute zero cannon. The scar was from just one of Kiryu's maser beams. Oh man, I gotta rewatch those 2 movies, because those 2 movies were awesome. Kiryu is my favorite Mechagodzilla incarnation, hands down the best concept.
Godzilla movie, Mechagodzilla has an absolute zero cannon, basically an insane freeze ray. And after some fighting, spoiler warning, I guess, Mechagodzilla's final move is to charge up this freeze cannon and
Oh, no, yeah, okay, yeah, that I remember. Yeah. Okay, I totally forgot about this ending. So yeah, that's where Godzilla got his scar from.
tackle Godzilla to freeze blast him point blank in the chest, which not only hurts, I'd imagine, but also freezes a huge vertical chunk of the ocean, not unlike Megabaxcalibur's huge icy sword out its back. But as a subtle detail, while Godzilla survives the attack, it did leave a huge messy scar spread across its chest, perhaps akin
that was
to
a
what
gnarly
happens
ass
to
scar,
Baxcalibur's
dude.
chest ice when it mega evolves, going from nice organized scales to a scarry, smattery, icy mess. And given Godzilla's scars here, did the Absolute Zero Cannon shoot through Godzilla to create
that was not a thing.
create the big blast out its back? Meaning for a few seconds, Godzilla had what is essentially a sword of solid ice through his chest?
Now, awesome as that concept is, no, I don't think that was ever happened because he only had the scar on his chest. There was no through and through scar on his back. So that never happened. As again, awesome. That would have been pretty rad to be like, oh snap, Godzilla got impaled by a huge fucking icicle sword spear thing, and he still lived. Nah, it was just the chest scar. Sadly.
So that's potentially cool, and I hope I don't have to cut that bit out of this video later. According to the Pokemon website, Megabaxcalibur now generates more ice energy, and the massive blade on its back has grown larger still. Baxcalibur can use the blade's sheer weight to cleave practically anything in half or smash it to bits. So it really went from
Also, okay, I'm gonna say this now. I really love the Baxcalibur reference. When it uses its signature move, the animation for its signature move is so awesome because it's 100% a reference to all the wacky ass moves Godzilla used to do back in the Showa era of movies. Like he's pretty much doing the upside down version of Godzilla flying through the air by curling himself up and using his atomic breath as pretty much like a propulsion thing. Man, that was Showa era Godzilla was wild, very goofy. It was really fun as a kid, and it's still fun to watch as an adult as like a haha. That's really fucking stupid, but we're having a good time.
from a big fantasy sword to a really big fantasy sword, like Cloud or Guts. But in real life, really big swords like the Claymore, the Zweihander, or the Zonmadao are all horse butchering swords. They function similarly. They are all so huge and heavy to lift that they are difficult to really maneuver. There's no way to really be agile or deft with them, but that's not the point of them. The point is their overwhelming size and weight helping to build their momentum as they swing around and particularly down with the help of gravity, using the blade's sheer weight to cleave practically anything in half or smash it to bits. Kind of perfect that descriptor applies to these swords, even though that's the official descriptor of Megabaxcalibur. Also, I do like how the hilt of the sword is coming out of Baxcalibur's, gut area now. It's just the Excalibur sword into stone idea finally being fully realized, because before, you'd have to grab hold of the blade to pull it out. Lastly, its new helmet is interesting, or rather, how it's...
I really do like how that looks. It looks actually pretty good. It looks very aesthetically pleasing on a Baxcalibur.
Jaw is now bigger and extends around to the back.
Actually, okay, you know what this reminds me of? This kind of looks Baxcalibur actually kind of reminds me of another dragon type Pokemon, Drudagon. Yeah, they look actually kind of similar. So hold on, let me pull this up here just to illustrate my point. So I'm gonna pull up here. Gonna pull up Bulbapedia again. Oh, not Mega Evolution. What the hell? eBay? Get out of here. How'd it go from Bulbapedia Mega Evolution to eBay? That's weird. Bulbapedia. There we go. That was weird. I'm not sure why I went to eBay for some reason. All right, so Baxcalibur. There we go, Baxcalibur. Now let's open up another tab. Okay, and then double D's, Drudagon. So I'm seeing just a little bit of similarity between these two Pokemon. Just a little bit, right? Especially when it comes to the oddly like the red portion sticking out of the body. And then Mega Baxcalibur kind of exacerbates what I'm talking about. When I was looking at the head, it's like, oh, it kind of looks like Drudagon's head, just a little bit. Not not exactly the same, but just a little bit. Gives me that same kind of feeling, like, oh, this is what I'm seeing here. And in fact, I do see that the little dorsal fin here actually kind of also looks like the wings on the back of Drudagon. So I do wonder if these two Pokemon are related in some way, maybe distantly related, but certainly something that sticks out to me. Hello, Iggy. Welcome to the stream. I'm Professor Ramnus. I'm currently reacting to some PokeTuber videos. All right, here we go.
Back of its head, which IMO could be referring to one of 3 real helmets. First, Salet or Saleh helmets from Western Europe in the 15th century. Notice the big swoop in the back to protect the neck. That's also the perfectly right time period for heavy sword use. The second possibility, admittedly the stretchiest of the 3, Adrian helmets. The helmets worn by French soldiers in World War I and World War II. Smaller brim in the front, much bigger brim on the back. And also they got that little crusty spine on the back like a Spinosaurus or Concavinator. But also, interestingly, when it comes to overhead blasts, Adrian helmets, despite being over a century old,
Oh, am I okay? Whoops! Wow, I can't believe I was muted. Was I muted this whole time? Whoa! Was I muted this whole time? Oh man, that's embarrassing. Not sure how long I was muted for. What the hell? Oh no. How long was I muted for? Ah. That sucks. Hey, hey, Holy, if you're still here, uh, how long was I muted for? Can I request a TV show thing where they fight villains? It's just an intro. It gives Power Ranger vibes, Pokemon vibes in a way villains. I was only muted when I started the video. Proud for a short bit. Okay, that's weird. I don't remember touching my mic. So, yeah. I don't remember touching the mute button on my mic, so I wonder how that happened. All right. Well, Uh, yeah, I'm not entirely sure as to how long in the video I was muted for. So that's hmm. You know what? I think I'm gonna I think I might just start the reaction. Well, not start the reaction over with this video, but I'll react to a different video because that was weird. I don't know why that happened. Ghost in the Machine muting me for whatever reason. All right, so let me pull up. Let me go ahead and pull up a old video. Lockstin Porygon. Yeah. Okay. So, could I react to the intro video link that I sent? Uh, I don't see that you sent a link. Yeah, sorry, dude. It's not showing me anything. It just shows up as three dots in the chat. I don't think I don't think you're allowed to send links. Aquabat Super Show. Let me pull it up on a different screen here because I've never heard of that before. Aquabats. Huh. Uh, well, from the thumbnail that I can see here, it looks like one of those. It looks like one of those like shows for little kids, like what you call it? Shoot, I forgot I forgot what they're called. But yeah, no, this Aquabat show doesn't really look like something I'm very interested in. Yeah, I'm scrolling through all the videos here. Yeah, sorry, sorry, Iggy. That doesn't really seem very interesting to me. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to trying to react to a video here. So what I'm going to pull up here is I'm going to pull up one of the first one of the first videos that I wrote for Lockstin here, and that's this who really created Porygon Z, right? And it was pretty interesting because this video and this and like the part 2 video that follows afterwards is all based on an actual theory that I had regarding Porygon and Missing No. So I'm gonna go ahead and start. We're gonna go ahead and play this here. Give it a second to load. All right. So once again, we're gonna take it from the top here. Okay. Who really created Porygon Z? A Pokemon theory by Lockstin and Noggin.
Sinnoh remix confirmed! With the announcement of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Oh, real quick, yeah. This obviously this video took place when the announcement of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl happened. So this video was 4 years old. It looks like. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, chat.
As well as Pokemon Legends Arceus, Gen 4 Pokemon are now going to be main topics of the conversation in the fandom.
Full screen this thing.
So, here I am. Let's take advantage of this renewed interest in these Pokemon by talking about one of the weirdest and least talked about Pokemon to come out of this generation, Porygon Z. This is 2, but Porygon Z.
Yeah, I kind of wish he had a Porygon Z plushie to go with it, but that was pretty funny.
Who really created it? And for what purpose?
Ooh, very mysterious. Ad time.
So, unlike Porygon Z, these headphones, which are sponsoring this segment and are super nice, tend to be glitch-free instead of wigging out constantly. The Soundcore Life Q35 noise-canceling headphones are quite the bang for the buck. We're talking CD-like quality music, LDAC coding technology from Sony, which enables high-resolution audio to transmit even over a Bluetooth connection, giving this better performance for a third of the price of competitors. And the noise canceling. There's multiple noise-canceling modes. Transport, indoor, outdoor.
Multiple
There's a
noise
mode for
canceling.
each
That'd
to
be pretty-
maximize the
that'd be
active
pretty
noise
dope to
canceling
have.
to adapt to where you are. Is someone rudely tapping on your shoulder demanding your attention? Well, don't worry about scrambling to your phone to open Spotify and go to your podcast and pause it, because these headphones have wearing detection. You take them off and bam! The music pauses on its own. They are light,
That's
comfy,
pretty
and
cool.
easy to wear, but their battery life is anything but short. 40 to 60
Young-
hours
the
of
youngster
active
Joey
playing
thing.
time, depending on if you have noise canceling on or not. Think of how many days you could forget to charge them and still be able to use them on your daily walks. That you should definitely do.
I'm not doing those.
Tips from Loxton.
Oh boy, people love those.
Yeah, I'm not doing I run every Monday, and it sucks. Always run 2 miles every Monday, and then like occasionally run on the resistance track just near my barracks, and it's like ugh. It's kind of sucks, but hey, it is what it is. I probably should be doing that like every weekend just to make things easier.
There's not enough of them on this channel.
Check them out with the link below and order yours today. It'd really help me out. Link below. Let's start things off by going over the basics of the Porygon line. Porygon is a normal-type Pokémon introduced in Gen 1 as an artificial Pokémon. According to a report found in the Silphco building, it was created at the Cinnabar Pokémon Lab, and according to the Pokédex, they have the curious ability to travel through cyberspace. Tron style.
Hell yeah, Porygon. And again, I brought this up. I think I brought this up either yesterday or last week. But Porygon, or if I haven't brought it up, I'll bring it up now. So Porygon has like a tiny bit of lore that nobody really knows these days, and that is back in the early days of Gen 1, there was a supplemental piece of promotional material called the Pokemon Encyclopedia, and in that piece of promotional material contained a lot of information about Pokemon from Gen 1 that more or less has been retconned. As the games and the franchise got older. However, one piece of info that is found there, it seems to be still, like, it's not retconned. It's still true. It still rings true to this day. And that's the fact that Porygon's entry in that Pokemon Encyclopedia was that it was created specifically in the year 1995. Now, like I said, nothing has been released afterwards that has ever retconned or contradicted this one entry from like a Gen 1 promotional material thing. The closest thing that may come to it was the Pokédex entry for Porygon in Sun version, I believe, that says that it was created roughly 20 years ago. So it doesn't exactly contradict it, nor does it disprove it. In fact, it pretty much kind of still confirms it. Like, yeah, no, this is still a thing.
That's awesome, and sci-fi enough on its own, but the Pokédex also mentions that the intended purpose of its creation was to explore space. Space. As in space. But so far has never been able to manage it, probably due to its low poly nature. Back in the 90s when Porygon was made, 3D computer graphics were rudimentary.
I'm getting dial-up noise flashbacks here.
This probably took a room full of servers to create, but like with real 3D models, as the technology advances, the number of polygons a simple computer chip can think up. That expands exponentially even, so it wasn't too long after that we get Porygon 2. Introduced in Gold and Silver, this form is obtained through trading Porygon with the upgrade item equipped, just as one would upgrade their graphics card to run better looking games with amazing things such as curves.
So the thing about that, right, is you would kind of have to ask yourself, well, how exactly does that work, right? How does trading with a CD containing containing upgrade data to Porygon even make it evolve? Well, I kind of feel like the whole thing is that it's the electrical it's this like electrical process, right? So that it's the same thing with how like which with what is it? Shelmet and Carablast. There we go. That was the other one. So Shelmet and Carablast. The trade evolution is very much implied to be some kind of an electrical process, or some kind of electrical process is involved during trade evolution. So, with that being said, like Carablast and Shelmet, they get traded, and Shelmet loses its armor, it's slapped onto Carablast, and there you got Escavalier, and then you also have Shelmet and what is that other Excelgor. There we go. Excelgor. I remember. I remembered. So yeah, so that's what happens with that's all triggered by some kind of electrical process that happens during the trade evolution. So the same concept applies to Porygon, except that the electrical process activates the upgrade disc, which releases the data, which is then absorbed by Porygon, allowing it to transform transform and update its programming. So that's kind of how I feel like it. That's kind of feel like it works when if you were to like see it in real, or if you try to break it down.
Porygon 2's Pokedex entries also mention its purpose was for planetary development, so space travel, but it still couldn't manage it very well, because it still couldn't fly very well. You'd think fixing that would have been their top priority, but I guess not. Instead, they wanted curves. Then finally, we have Porygon Z, introduced in Diamond and Pearl as the evolved form of Porygon 2. This form is obtained by trading Porygon 2 with the dubious disc item. Porygon Z's Dex entries state that its purpose is to be able to work in alien dimensions. They can't even figure out basic space travel, but they keep just raising the stakes.
Yeah, to this day, I still don't understand what the thought process was on both levels, on both a in-game level and both a meta textual level. Like if you're a scientist that creates Porygon, it's like, okay, cool. We want to create this. We want to create this artificial Pokemon that can adapt to any environment, and we want to use it to explore space. Cool, awesome. Here's the thing though, we can't get it to fly. All right, cool. Well, we'll try to work on some upgrades to try to fine tune it. All right, 3 years later, hey, we finally got an upgrade. We'll evolve Porygon and to Porygon 2. That should allow us to have it reach into space, right? No, for some strange reason, Porygon 2 still cannot fly into space. I don't know why they can't, at this point, I don't know why they can't just, put a Porygon in a spaceship and launch it into space. Why, like, I don't understand that, but hey, I guess mission failed successfully. And then, like, I guess they, in between the years, which is implied to be what? Not years, but like it's a shorter amount of time. So, because Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum are only begin like shortly after the end of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So there's not a lot of time. It took 3 years for the upgrade item to be developed and released. And then the dubious disc item was created by someone obviously not of Silphco. So somebody was doing some weird shit. And yeah, the result is a Porygon that seems to be very buggy. So, and apparently the whole point of Porygon Z was to explore dimensions and not, and not space. I wonder why the shift in the shift in direction there. Speaking of dimensions, yeah, I wonder if Porygon Z, this is actually a perfect opportunity for Porygon Z to become relevant again. We've got the Mega Dimension DLC coming out for Pokemon Legends ZA. So yeah, there we go. If Porygon Z shows up, nobody should be surprised. That was literally what it was created for. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool if it does show up.
I mean, how did we end up going from let's explore space to failure and then move to okay, let's explore other dimensions? That sounds like a huge leap in logic. Now, it's important to note that when Diamond and Pearl were released, alien dimensions weren't really a thing yet. There was no Ultra Space. Gen 4 came out before Gen 7, wow. In fact, it wouldn't even be until the end.
Alright, so I do want to clarify that when writing the script for this video, in fact, when writing a script for a lot of the videos, I don't there are only specific times where I write in a specific joke that I wanted to put in the video. But most of the time, I just let Loxton, ad lib his jokes, sprinkle them in whenever he feels like putting them in there. So yeah, that joke there wasn't written by me.
Of the main story of Pokemon Platinum, the Gen 4 third game, that the existence of other dimensions, specifically the Distortion World, would be known. So why the change? It seems very specific, especially when taking Pokemon Platinum's plot into consideration. Who would benefit from this? Well, I may have the answer, and it's not specifically a single person, but a group of people, a team of people. Team Galactic. Team Galactic was the evil team of the Sinnoh games. They were led by Commander Cyrus, who wanted to destroy the universe and rebuild it in his own image, without emotion or spirit. While he ultimately doesn't succeed in any of the versions you play, his fate does differ depending on the version played.
So yeah, I gotta say, Cyrus. I feel like Cyrus is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon villains. My number one favorite villain is always going to be Giovanni, because I just like how simple I like how simple and straightforward he is with his villainy. He's a mob boss. He wants to be a mob boss. He wants to create like create the ultimate Pokemon so that way he can be the most powerful trainer in the world. Cool. Straight, short, sweet, and to the point. Awesome. Then I gotta say, it's a tie between Cyrus and Ghetsis as to who is my second favorite. Because I like Ghetsis as a villain because he's literally the first villain to actually threaten physical harm on somebody. with Black and White 2, he almost had QREM like kill your player character. And I was like, oh wow, okay. So yeah, it was pretty interesting. And then Cyrus, of course, Cyrus had grand goals. He actually had a plan. He thought things through, and in one version of events, he technically succeeds. In one version of events, he technically succeeds and kind of gets what he wants. So yeah.
After defeating him for the final time at Spear Pillar and Diamond and Pearl, he just goes away, swearing revenge, and is then never seen or heard from again. In Platinum, however, this scene plays out differently.
Time to launch someone into another dimension!
Okay, that joke was in the script. I love that. I love me some Ocean Dub Dragon Ball Z. Time to launch someone to another dimension! Ah, yes, it's time to take you to another dimension. Brian Drummond for the win. I think I have like an A+ Brian Drummond impression, or a Brian Drummond Vegeta impression. I love it. Oh, also, looks like we got an ad incoming for you guys in the chat. So we got an ad incoming in about 3 mics.
Cyrus instead finds himself in the Distortion World, and you follow. Now you must defeat him while in the Distortion World, and of course you do. But after this, Cyrus chooses to stay in the Distortion World and learn its secrets, vowing to the player that they will one day wake up in the world he will create. So now, take into consideration the perspective of the other members of Team Galactic. Keep in mind that Cyrus choosing to stay here is known only to the player and Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region. The rest of Team Galactic has absolutely no clue what happened to Cyrus. He just got grabbed into this other world, and like that's the last they ever saw of him. So from their perspective, he's trapped in the Distortion World, an alien dimension.
So yeah, and this is actually kind of alluded to in Pokemon. I think it was Generations. It was either Generations or Evolutions that it actually showed the aftermath of what happened. And what is it? Not what's his name? Saturn. Yes. So Saturn, he's trying to radio Cyrus, and while Cyrus is trapped in the Distortion World, and he gets like a garbled static message from Cyrus that's like, oh, that's like, don't look for me, or something like that. So really cool that, again, either Generations or Evolutions, whichever miniseries showcased that scene. Really cool that they did that. It was I really do like that when words. I really do like it when they do that.
And being loyal to him, it makes sense for some of them to look for a way to rescue him. The question for them would be how to go about it. Well, they could
Summon the eternal dragon and wish
Cyrus!
back to their dimension.
But that seems risky and impossible since you likely captured
The eternal dragon.
So how about using a Pokemon
More Ocean Dub DBZ for the win. Yes, the Eternal Dragon.
designed to inhabit alien environments? Now, we're using the term alien in this context to mean unfamiliar and disturbing, not the usual sci-fi use of the term. And have you seen the Distortion World? I'd say alien is an apt description. Hunks of land just floating precariously, appearing and disappearing at random, sometimes stationary, sometimes mobile, gravity shifting in different areas, waterfalls flowing upside down. It's like being on the inside of an M.C. Escher painting. How is this not disturbing and alien? But I digress.
I really did like the Distortion World. It was really dope. I really hope we get to visit either the Distortion World again, or we get to visit like another place that kind of functions like the Distortion World. Maybe Hyperlumios will do that in the new DLC. Who knows? But I certainly look forward to it. All right, so you guys got an ad coming up here in 3, 2, 1. I'll see you on the other side. Maybe if Twitch doesn't like be weird and apparently wait a minute after announcing to me that our ad is about to start. Yeah, so all right, so I'm gonna continue, and then if you guys in the Twitch chat is being taken away by the ads, let me know.
Porygon Z fits the bill perfectly here. Almost too perfectly, though. And up until this point, Porygon had nothing to do with Team Galactic. So why would they suddenly have it? And how did they come to create a new evolution for it? To answer that, we have to answer the question, who created Porygon?
By the way, I did not make that fade to black. That was the editor's choice. The editor, I think it was it Pineapple? I think it was Pineapple that edited this video, but he made that choice. I didn't write no fade to black in the script.
In the first place. It's not outright stated, but it is heavily implied that the one responsible for Porygon's creation is Silphco, the leading manufacturer of Pokemon-related technology.
Oh, now you guys are in the ad. All right, gonna pause right here and wait for you guys to come back. Everybody back? Should be. All right, so let's continue with the continue with the video.
Like TMs, HMs, the Sylph Scope, and various Pokeballs. There's a document you find in the Sylphco office building during the Kanto games stating that Porygon was created at the Pokemon Lab on Cinnabar Island. And why would Sylphco have that documented and stored within their company? Well, most likely because they own the Pokemon Lab, or at the very least, commissioned Porygon's creation from it. And this theory is more solidified thanks to Porygon's evolution item, the Upgrade, as in the Gen 2 games, and their remakes, it can only be found in the Sylphco building.
So I like little details like these because it's these details are easily either missable or people just like easily overlook them. It's like, oh, there's the upgrade item. You can get Porygon. You get Porygon too. It's like, yeah, but you're not noticing the fact that you can only find this one item in this one specific location. A location that's like that is story relevant, or at least lore relevant to the Pokemon in question, right? That's why it's like when it came to Fire and Leaf Green, I'm very glad that the upgrade item never came around, because it's like, yeah, that would not have made any sense. Like, the upgrade item wouldn't have been made until 3 years after Fire and Leaf Green. So, yeah, no Porygon 2 in your Kanto remakes.
And in order to upgrade Porygon, they'd have to be the ones that owned Porygon's data in the first place. They'd need an understanding.
Wait, it's in the 5-Island warehouse? Really? See, okay, now my complaint is valid, Now my complaint is valid. Why is it there? Why is it even in existence? The upgrade items should not exist for another 3 years. You can't get Porygon 2 for another 3 years in the lore. So that makes no sense. And they want to say, and again, this goes back to my complaint about Game Freak and their half-assed approach to making a timeline. It's like, that makes no sense. Please stop it. Because every Pokemon has to be catchable in some capacity. Gameplay and story segregation. Yeah, I know. I do keep that in the back of my head, but I don't like it when they try to use that as a shield to make really silly decisions when it comes to certain things. Like, obviously, yes, it's an example of gameplay and story segregation. However, you have to find it as part of the post-game story. Like, you run into it while you're doing the post-game story. It's not like, it's just randomly found out in the wild, so to speak. It's like, no, you encounter it as you're going through the post-story narrative. So I feel like that is not a good excuse to have that be included. Anyways, let's continue with the rest of the video.
Of its source code, after all. So, we know who created Porygon and Porygon 2, but how do we link that to Team Galactic? Well, through Team Rocket, or rather, a former member of Team Rocket. Meet Scientist Ross, a member of Team Rocket you encounter in Johto during the player's raid of their
And as soon as I hear Ross, I hear the theme. I hear the theme song. Get a load of this guy. Plus, it's also likely that the upgrade was planned for earlier release in the lore, and it was set back by Team Rocket stealing and wiping the systems. True. That could be a good in-lore explanation. I just wish it was more. If that is the case, I wish it would have been more clear. Like, you can still keep it vague, but I wish it was just, a little bit more clear and not so annoyingly ambiguous.
Mahogany Town hideout. Before and after you battle him, he tells you that he's a former Sylphco employee, and that he is the one who invented and implemented what we'll call the forced evolutionary signal.
So that one, I like to coin that one. That's something that I came up with. The forced evolutionary signal, the radio signal that Team Rocket created to force Gyarados to evolve to force Magikarp to evolve at the Lake of Rage. And this was during a time where I was very much into Fallout 4. And so I took inspiration from Fallout 4 and the forced evolutionary virus, and I was just like, oh, well, it's kind of literally the same thing. It's just with radio signals instead of biological warfare. So there you go, forced evolutionary signal. You know what? You know what, Game Freak? You could take that one. You don't even have to pay me. You can literally take that. It's for free. I would just like a little bit of credit. No money, just like a little bit of credit.
That's the signal that was being broadcasted in the Lake of Rage that caused the local Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados, and also possibly directly responsible for the appearance of Red Gyarados specifically. What does this tell us? Well, that he used to work for Silphco, which could imply that the whole raid on Silphco during the Kanto games was an inside job orchestrated in part by him.
I still 100% believe that. The whole raid on Silphco was absolutely an inside job by members in Silphco that were bought by Team Rocket money. So and it's pretty much implied. And the thing is, it's pretty much implied by the implied by the dialogue some NPCs give. So yeah, it's pretty believable. All right, strategist, enjoy your lurk. Hope you come back. Hope you're able to come back later on. But yeah, enjoy your lurk, dude.
And that he seems to specialize in Pokemon evolution through artificial means. Artificial means like, for example, electronic data stored on a CD for a certain artificial Pokemon to utilize. And also, once in the underworld of crime, especially in the context of mob bosses and Yakuza, you're always in that underworld of crime. What's a turncoat scientist to do when its organization, Team Rocket, is falling apart at the end of the Gem 2 games? Why, simply join another crime organization, one that can better utilize your expertise even. Johto and Sinnoh are theoretically pretty close to each other, as evidenced by the Sinjo ruins. So why not, as the scientist, rocket off to another galaxy?
I'm very proud of that pun there. That is, I will 100% claim that as me. I put that in the script. I'm very proud of that.
After all, this would explain why the dubious disc and the upgrade item in Platinum are found with Team Galactic. Now let's talk more about this dubious disc. Its in-game description is this: a transparent device overflowing with...
Hey, Vedranox, welcome to the stream, buddy. Just doing some reactions to some old Lockstin videos that I wrote for. Get off the stage.
with dubious data. Its producer is unknown. Dubious means hesitating or doubting, but it can also mean not to be trusted or suspicious, which is what it's called in Japanese, the suspicious patch. As in a software patch. I actually just got that. Am I dumb? But I mean, this is a completely...
Yeah. So yeah, that's not me saying that. I automatically got that. Like, I understood the assignment there.
a reasonable label though, right? Like, if you don't know where your software or firmware updates are coming from, you'd certainly be suspicious about it. That data can't be trusted, and you'd certainly be doubtful and hesitant to use it. So, the possibility that the dubious disc was created by a most likely disgruntled former Silphco scientist turned Team Rocket scientist who is knowledgeable about Pokemon evolution certainly would make it dubious by design. Especially if this particular software upgrade were made in a rush to potentially save Cyrus from an alien dimension. Rushed software tends to have bugs. We learned this like every year with AAA games.
And we still see this happen in AAA games to this day, 4 years after this video was released. Gods, man, fix your shit, guys.
And being filled with glitches and bugs, yeah, that'd be dubious. And it would explain the glitchy movements of Porygon Z. It's technically a theory, but I think it's a pretty solid one. So in conclusion, let's piece this all together. Porygon is created by Silphco at the Pokemon Lab on Cinnabar Island to explore space, but the technology at the time wasn't sufficient enough for them to realize that goal. During the 3-year time skip from the Kanto games to the Johto games, Silphco develops and produces the upgrade item for Porygon, creating Porygon 2. This new form was supposed to improve Porygon's functionality in space, but it still couldn't fly there, so that goal was still unfulfilled. After the events of the Johto games, scientist Ross somehow escapes after Team Rocket is disbanded for the second time, and possibly goes on to create the dubious disc with his knowledge of Pokemon evolution and his position as a former Silphco scientist. Team Galactic could have just obtained that information between the Johto and Sinnoh games, either through payment or other coercive means, forcing the poor scientist to make it. Or maybe the scientists joined up with Team Galactic in the background. This would explain why both the upgrade and dubious disc items are in Team Galactic's possession in Pokemon Platinum. Now, there's no actual references to this happening about these items. Instead, they are just kind of there.
Yep.
But with the connections we've made so far, I think it's relatively safe to make the assumption that they got these items from someone who knows what they're doing for the most part, and Ross's connections makes him the best fit for this scenario. Finally, some Team Galactic members would have used Porygon Z to attempt a rescue operation for their commander, but didn't go through with it, either because of the player's intervention, taking these items from their facilities.
I love that look he gives, like, how dare you, child, steal things from us, the villain group. You ruined our plans.
Or, due to Karen, I forget how they pronounce it in the anime.
It's pronounced Charon because it's based off of the Greek, what is it? He's the ferryman, right? Ferryman of the River Styx, Charon, that dude. I believe it's pronounced Charon.
Taking Team Galactic in a different direction during the post-game story of Platinum, which was really good. And there you have it, the mystery of one of the weirdest and most interesting Pokemon from Gen 4 explained. Although, there is one question left unanswered, I guess, and that's, what is causing the strange behavior being described in Porygon Z's Pokédex entries? Well, that is a theory for another day.
All right, so that was the Porygon video that I helped write for Loxon's channel. All right, so what to say about that? Well, I would have to say that over the years, my thoughts have not exactly shifted too far from the initial theory that birthed this video, right? So, as far as I still believe that scientist Ross created the dubious disc, so that I have no question about. The only thing I've changed that I had to change my mind on is the fact is the question that is the assumption that Team Galactic created Porygon Z as a means of rescuing Cyrus from Distortion World. That I no longer think is a viable theory or assumption. Mostly because all of that stuff happens before. All of that stuff happens like before the Porygon Z can even be introduced. Like, you get the upgrade item, but you don't get Porygon until after the events of until after the climax of the plot, right? So it's like, well, they wouldn't have had an opportunity to actually do anything with it. However, excuse me, that's a hiccup there. However, when it comes to like everything else, like scientist Ross being probably working in tandem with Team Galactic, I think that still rings true to some extent. As far as the creation of Porygon Z, though, with the whole dubious disc, when you think about the timeline, according to Miyamoto's deleted tweet, as well as the leaked Pokemon timeline slide from Terra Leaks, the Sinnoh games take place shortly after the Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the Johto games. And so a short while can mean really anything, but it obviously cannot mean it cannot mean more than 3 years, because they would have we already have a time frame of 3 years being explicit. So if there was another 3 years that passed, then they would have just said so. Otherwise, it would make no sense. Why would you said 3 years past? You specified 3 years passing before. Why are you not specifying it again? But that being said, the I would say like maybe I would say maybe like a year at the very least, of a year after the Johto games is when the Sinnoh games take place. That's enough time for plenty of things to make sense. So, for example, in Diamond and Pearl, there's that whole opening TV skit where it's like, oh, these newscasters are traveling around the Lake of Rage trying to find the rumored red Gyarados, but they can't find it. Well, that's because obviously a year has passed and that red Gyarados is not there anymore, because either the player caught the red Gyarados, or Lance caught the red Gyarados, because I'm pretty sure Lance would have caught that red Gyarados. That red Gyarados is not only rare, but as a Dragon type trainer who sees a Gyarados suffering, and part of the Dragon Tamer clan whose iconography includes a Gyarados, I'm pretty sure he would have, if the player wouldn't have caught the red Gyarados, he would have caught it for himself and tried to rehabilitate that Pokemon to soothe its pain. So there's that. There's also the fact that you see gym leader Jasmine, right, in both Heart Gold and Soul Silver as well as the Sinnoh games. Well, the reason why she's in the Sinnoh region is to participate in the contests that are there. However, like there's a conversation between gym leader Erica from Kanto and Jasmine in Heart Gold and Soul Silver's post game, where they talk about Jasmine wanting to visit the Sinnoh region to participate in their contests, but she was too scared, so she came back to Johto. And and Erica then convinces her, hey, well, why not just wear an elegant dress to give you the confidence you need to participate in the contests? And and what do we see in what do we see in the Sinnoh games? Well, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, we do see Jasmine taking part in the contest. I believe she does actually see. You do actually see her as a participant in like the later rank, like the master rank contest, I think. But then in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, the remakes, you see that she actually has a full redesign. She's wearing what can be only described as an elegant dress, which I do want to say, if that is the case, if that is the elegant dress that Erica mentioned, then that is a pretty cool bit of like small detail that was paid attention to by the developers of Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. And I gotta give kudos, because that would have been an easily missable piece of detail to skip out on. So I gotta give, as much as I don't like Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl for being a almost 1-to-1 remake of Diamond and Pearl, I gotta give kudos. I gotta give kudos to doing that. That, credit where credit is due, guys. You did pretty good. I just wish you would have applied that same effort on literally every part of the game. She's taking part with the Steelix she traded away to the player. Yes, there's that. So that kind of tells me that the trade that she makes with the player does not actually happen, because yeah, she still has that Steelix, that very same Steelix. Rusty, I think the name was. So yeah, all those events really do tell me that there's a very short window of time that happens between the end of Heart Gold Soul Silver and the beginning of the Sinnoh games. And because of that short amount of time, that's not a lot of time to fully, create the technology needed to give Porygon Z the proper upgrades it needs. So because it's rushed software, as the video mentioned, it's going to be filled with a lot of bugs, right? So that still explains Porygon Z's erratic behavior. But what exactly was in that data that caused Porygon Z to act the way it does? Well, we're about to find out in the next video. So, once again, if you haven't subscribed to Lox and Noggin, be sure to do so. Like this video, especially if you like the way I wrote it. You know, I worked really hard on this. Not only the theory that spawned the video, but also the script. It was really fun to write. So give this video a like, give Lox and Noggin a subscribe if you haven't done so already, and I will catch you guys late. I'll catch you guys in the next video. All right, so that's good. That should be a pretty good YouTube outro, right? At least a decent one, hopefully. Like, I'm not actually ending the stream here, guys. I was trying to like define the intro and outro to a YouTube video where I try to clip these reactions. So if I make it sound like I'm about to end the stream, I'm not. I will say that that we're gonna end the stream here. We're gonna wrap it up. But in this particular case, I need to make clear that that I'm making intro and outro for a potential YouTube video. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to the part 2 video that talks about the Porygon theory. Give it a second to load here. Oh, sorry, Veganox, I missed your last post here. I'm liberating this tech. You can't stop me. I am liberating both the upgrade and the dubious disc from this villainous group. Can't stop me. You're not my supervisor. All right. So I'm about to let's do this YouTube. Let's try to do this YouTube intro thing here. Okay, so we have here part 2 of the Porygon Z Porygon Z theory. We have the Porygon Z plus missing no connection, Noggin, the Pokemon theory, a Pokemon fanfic. What? Huh? But yeah. Oh, actually, we got. Looks like we got an ad break coming here in about 5 mics. So probably not a good time to start the video because that's gonna happen. All right, so let's see. What I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm actually going to anytime an ad break is incoming. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put us on a be right back screen. All right, and the song that I usually have playing in the background for the be right back scene is it takes about 5 minutes. So I think it's a good that's a good amount of time for for that to let the ad run through just in case. All right, so hopefully you guys don't mind that. And while that happens, while I have you guys on this little break here, I'm gonna go ahead and try to grab something small to snack on. So that way I've got something to eat as these videos start playing. All right. I'll also try to grab something to drink as well. All right, so I'm gonna put you guys on that be right back screen, and I shall be back hopefully when that ad, ends. All right. See you guys in a minute. All right. Cool. Everyone should be back from the break now, yeah? Hopefully. Yes. Can I get an up in the chat for people who are back from the break? Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. uh so here. There we go. Alrighty. Oh hey Rio. Didn't see came in while we were on the little ad break, so sorry for that. Sorry if I didn't catch you there. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with the video. Alright, so once again, we have here The Porygon Z plus Missing No Connection by Loxton and Noggin. This is part 2 of the Porygon video from just a minute ago.
Last time on Porygon Z, we dove into the past of the artificial Pokemon to answer the question of its creation and purpose, only to discover that the culprit would most likely be none other than Team Galactic. Tracing its footsteps back to Silphco and later to Team Rocket scientist Ross, who was possibly also the creator of the dubious disc. Although, while the purpose of Porygon Z's creation would fit Team Galactic's needs, we couldn't explain the weird behaviors it displays. What are these strange glitches, and is it rooted in something we're not supposed to know? Find out in this episode of Noggin.
I gotta say, I love writing this intro for this video because I really wanted to make that that classic Dragon Ball Z reference. Last time on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, so this was really fun to write. And then also, I forgot to give props to the last video, but this video was also edited by the same person. Did a phenomenal job with all the glitchy effects. It was apparently he and I talked after he made that video, and it's like, oh, he's like, oh yeah, no, this was entirely fun to try to do. It's like, oh yeah, this is great. So many props to the editor for this particular video.
Now, huge props to today's sponsor, Omaze, for not only supporting us here on this channel, but also several kids in hospitals through their support of charities like Make-A-Wish, and right now,
the ads, chat. We cannot escape the ads.
Kiosks for children's hospitals, a topic that is very close to my own heart, as one of my earliest gaming experiences is with a thing like this. Playing Mario 64 in a hospital bed is a foundational memory of mine. First time of actually playing a Nintendo game, actually. And that's just what Omaze does for them. But what does Omaze do for you? Well, when you donate through Omaze, you are entered for a chance to win huge prizes. Luxury cars, international vacations, and right now they are giving away $20,000 for you to build your perfect PC gaming setup. Treat yourself with top-of-the-line gear and play anything at max settings for years to come. Or use it to jumpstart a video editing career. Seriously, rendering takes so much power. So head to omaze.com/Loxton to enter for your chance to win $20,000 and build your perfect PC. And support a good cause the whole time. So, what exactly are these strange behaviors that are mentioned in many of Porygon Z's Pokédex entries? Well, considering the entire Porygon line is basically living computer code, there could be a number of explanations. The most basic one essentially being that it can be attributed to bugs, glitches, or simply bad coding. I mean, the dubious disc was most likely an illegally made and rushed software patch. And if we know anything from rushed software, it's that it's typically filled to the brim with bugs. And of course, the Pokemon franchise is no stranger to bugs.
Yeah, so sorry if my model was being a bit weird there. I was trying to grab something. But yeah, this video is going to be pretty interesting. I really like how it came out. So I hope you guys also I hope you guys also like how it's presented.
Bugs. I mean, look at all these. Uh, no, I mean software bugs. Gosh dang it, editor. Glitches and bugs. You see so many videos about glitches and bugs in the Gen 1 Pokemon games. Bulbapedia, the fan-made wiki site, has a whole page dedicated to the number of glitches and bugs in just Gen 1 alone. And it's so long! Oh
Gen 1 was definitely when you see how this is, like Gen 1 is when you check that page out on Bulbapedia about how many glitches and bugs are in the Gen 1 games, you kind of feel like, man, it's a miracle this game got as popular as it did with all of these little things that just keep adding up.
no! Some of these glitches would do things like duplicate items. Others were harmful and would corrupt your save file. But let's turn our attention to a particular kind of glitch. When there's an oversight in the programming, the game can handle a collection of miscellaneous data that it's loaded and treat it as if it were a Pokemon species. This produces something known as a glitch Pokemon. How appropriate. And one of the most famous goes by the name of Missing No.
Ooh, Missing No.
While the older fans in the community are aware of this Pokemon, I'm sure many of you younger and more recent Pokemon fans are asking, what the heck is a Missing No? Well, Missing No is short for Missing Number, and it was classified as a bird normal type Pokemon. Wait, bird type? Well, that's right. I talked about it briefly in my Every Flying Type Pokemon Explained video, but basically it was believed that the modern flying type was originally going to be called bird type during the development stage before Game Freak realized that birds were not the only things that could fly. So I guess you could think of bird type as a prototype to flying type. Huh. Let's put a pin on that, and we'll come back to it soon.
Thought that. I made that super subtle, as you could probably tell.
One notable thing about Missing No is that it appears in different forms depending on the glitch that occurred, and the version of the game. This form, the most well-known form of Missing No, is exclusive to the red and blue versions of the game, and appears as a result of the Old Man glitch, in combination with certain slots in the player's name being a specific letter, and the Mew glitch. Then, this form is exclusive to the yellow version, and only appears as a result of the Mew glitch. This form is unique because, unlike in red and blue, this form is listed as normal 999 type. 999 is what is referred to as a glitch type. Huh. Glitch type. These three forms aren't exclusive, meaning they appear in any of the Gen 1 games, but each form can only be obtained as a result of the Old Man glitch, in combination with certain slots in the player's name being a particular letter for each form. And fossil Pokemon and a ghost. Anyways, have you noticed that every form, minus the form that shows up in yellow, mentions the Old Man glitch? What's that about? The Old Man glitch is one of the most well-known glitches of the time. Its name comes from the old man you run into in Viridian City at the start of the game, who is needed to start the glitch. You talk to him, listen to his demonstration, and then, once this happens, if the player's name is right, it allows for Missing No to appear at Cinnabar Island. What? Why? What does it mean? Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think that Missing No could, in fact, be related to Porygon, specifically as a sort of failed prototype. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. So, if you couldn't tell from my extremely subtle hints earlier, there are certain things about Missing No that seem coincidental at first glance, but when you put it into the context of Porygon's creation, things start to look a lot less coincidental. Now, Porygon's creation wouldn't have been an exact science. Like with any science project, things have to be tested out and experimented with multiple times to get the desired results. Gamers would understand this as we use terms like alpha builds and beta testing to denote stages of game development.
So, like, that's pretty interesting. that Porygon is it's never implied that Porygon ever went through those types of stages of development. Like, it's kind of like a no-brainer like these days. Like, yeah, no, obviously there would have been like an alpha build of Porygon or a beta build of Porygon as development went forward. But like, no one, no one really talks about it, and I find it no one really, it's never really talked about, and it's kind of weird. So I was just like, well, like there's all these different things that about Missing No that seem to line up pretty well with Porygon. So perhaps Porygon could have had that could have had that alpha build, but that alpha build was kind of messed up, you know? Because they are creating life after all. Alpha Porygon. Yo, that would have been dope. That would have been dope. Alpha Porygon. Imagine Missing No being an alpha fucking Porygon.
And this typically applies in all sorts of fields, and would apply to Porygon's creation as well. So perhaps Missing No came about during the development process. Missing No's bird type could have played a part in Porygon's design, as it ended up not being a flying type Pokemon, but its physical appearance does resemble that of a bird. A beak, 2 legs, and an elongated tail. It's like an origami crane, which is also geometric and man-made. We can also assume that Silphco had to drop this version of Porygon because there were way too many issues, i.e. glitches, bugs, and or programming errors, but never actually deleted any of these previous versions. Many software developers use older data as a reference to avoid repeating the same process that resulted in the problems they previously encountered, or even as a fallback if something worse happens later. So they just archived it. In a previous video, we looked at Team Rocket scientist Ross, who worked at Silphco before Team Rocket, and who is an expert in artificial evolution. And while Silphco went on to create the upgrade item to evolve Porygon into Porygon 2, we theorized that by this time Ross had left, and was hired by Team Galactic to create the dubious disc. Link to that video for the details. But if scientist Ross left Silphco before they finished the upgrade item, or maybe even before finishing Porygon, then when he left, could he have stolen as much stuff as he could have? I mean, he's joining a crime mafia, so why not? So what if, at the time, it's only an early version of Porygon's code? It could come in handy later. So I'll steal it.
It did make sense to me, right? As I was going through this theory, it did make sense. Like, okay, well, if scientist Ross was the one that was responsible for either creating Porygon or creating the upgrade disc, he would have access to all of Porygon's like original files in order to use to build off of, right? So I was thinking, okay, well, he probably used that as a basis for the dubious disc, because he's probably trying not to create a new Porygon. He's probably wanting to try to create something different that he can use to prop himself up. You know, kind of like maybe like a Temu version of Porygon, if you know what I mean. Like, he doesn't have the vast resources, obviously, that Silphco would have in order to create Porygon. No, he's by himself, so he's got to create his own version of Porygon with blackjack and hookers, but without the hooker part. Yeah. So, and like, you know, he's not going to be able to create. He's not going to be able to create the exact Porygon model. So instead, the suspicious patch allows for Porygon Z to happen.
And then it did come in handy later, when making the dubious disc in a rush. Now, I'm no programming expert, I only dabbled into it a bit in college, but wouldn't reintroducing old, glitchy data into a modern project cause some issues in said product?
Oh my god, strategist, what the hell? Is breeding Porygon just a Ditto using a 3D printer and the copy-paste commands? Oh, that's terrible. That's so terrible, but it it makes too much sense. Oh man. That's I should put you on I should time you out for that. That's just that's a diabolical thing to say, dude. Oh man.
Explaining the glitchy behavior Porygon Z exhibits. That, plus the fact of Missing No only appearing by Cinnabar Island, the same island where Porygon was created, starts to raise all sorts of eyebrows. And fun fact, Cinnabar Island is associated with many glitches in the games. Not sure what it is about Cinnabar Island, but it's very interesting in this context. But remember, this was a project to create the first artificial Pokémon. Artificial life. So what if Missing No gained sentience sometime after it was shelved, like a bugged out rogue AI? But Loxton, you may ask, how would strings of unfinished code come to life?
It's funny that I mentioned that I put rogue AI in the script. I'm pretty sure at the time of this video releasing, AI has I think AI wasn't even a thing yet, or at least not in the form that we know it today with like AI generation, like Grok and all that. I'm pretty sure that that wasn't a thing yet, and yet I put rogue AI.
Life finds a way.
In a world where a turtle becomes a tortoise and a remora becomes an octopus, and code already gaining sentience, surely some code gaining sentience is in the realm of possibility. Now, it's not entirely certain how Missing No would find a way to appear in the physical world, though it would probably be along the lines of probably the exact same way Porygon already does it. But because Missing No doesn't have a physical form yet, it can certainly explain.
LLMs popped off around 2020. Really? Let me see when this video was made. I forget when this video was released. This video was released 4 years ago. So yeah, it definitely would have been 2022. So definitely when definitely after LLMs popped off. There we go.
Explain why Missing No has its many forms. The jumbles of pixels, a formless alpha Porygon, a formless glitched out hologram. The Kabutops and Aerodactyl fossil forms of Missing No probably come from the data within the Cinnabar lab, where the player would also resurrect said fossils. Surely, they have scans and photos of those fossils stored on their computers. And the ghost comes from Silphco's data of the Pokemon Tower incident in Lavender Town. Remember, by the time you reach Cinnabar Island in the game, you've already received the Silphscope and solved the mystery of Pokemon Tower. There's also the fact that if you catch Missing No, it has its own page in the Pokédex, although it's blank in the English version, but not in the Japanese version of Pokemon Blue, where it says Commento Sakusei Chu, which means comment to be written. Now, is this just Game Freak putting this as a placeholder? Or is that a boring answer, and really, this is actually Missing No trying to communicate with us?
That is absolutely a boring answer. Like it's obviously the correct answer, but the correct answer is the boring answer. And we're gonna go with the answer that that is the most fun, and that is that obviously it's Missing No trying to communicate with us, guys, from cyberspace. Ooh.
How eerie.
コメント作成中。
Though, with all that being said, it is important to point out that Game Freak had already made an official statement a long time ago regarding the existence of Missing No, as the plethora of Missing No-related creepypastas were getting out of hand. Missing No is a programming quirk, and not a real part of the game. When you get this, your game can perform strangely, and the graphics will often become scrambled. The missing no Pokemon is often found after you perform the Fight Safari Zone Pokemon trick. They don't even say glitch, they say trick, because a glitch implies they did something wrong.
I really miss those days where it's like people can do like just like the wildest shit with the game's code, and then like all sorts of stories pop up, like missing no and all the like creepy pastas and all of that popped up afterwards. Really cool. I kind of wish we could still do that kind of stuff with modern Pokemon games.
But yeah, that does set things in stone. But when does that ever stop us from having fun with it?
That's not going to stop. That's not going to stop us fringe analysts from exposing the truth. It is our job to pierce the veil and see beyond what is in front of us and straight to the fringes of science, of reality, of whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish. Blow past those barriers. Shoot for the fringes.
If missing no were a real part of the game, it wouldn't be too difficult to include it with everything we just talked about. An escaped, messed up alpha Porygon that was later used to create the dubious disc, which is why Porygon Z has such glitchy behavior. It's kinda perfect. And a lot better than a video I did years ago that theorized that Deoxys is missing no canonized. Oh gosh, that was 2014. That's one of my first videos.
Missing No was a game-breaking glitch Pokemon that appeared in the first games.
Is that really what I sounded like?
Computer viruses are similar enough. Viruses can cause...
Oh, how the times have changed.
Sound like that now. Don't you guys fear? I do watch these videos back whenever I'm done with these streams, and I do cringe at how it as hard as I try, for some reason I still my videos still come off like I'm sounding monotone. So I am working on that. Also, looks like ads are coming here in the next 5 mics. Alrighty. Well, this video is almost done, so we don't have to worry about any interruptions.
Well, it's no wonder that missing no is filled.
Oh, also, I do want to point out that I did not write Loxton poking fun at his old videos. That was 100% all him. That was an addition he made.
With fan fiction and theories regarding it throughout the Pokemon fandom. What are some of your favorites? Let me know down below. And until next time, never stop using your
So, that was the Porygon Z Missing No 2-part theory video by Loxton and Noggin, and of course by me as well. So, I hope you guys all enjoyed that. So, like I said, like I was doing with the previous video, as far as any thoughts in the 4 years that have passed since this video has been released, I don't think my mind's changed very much. Everything that I wrote down for this theory that birthed this video is still pretty much something I still believe. I still have this idea that's like, yeah, I know that Game Freak, it's not a real thing. It's literally just a quirk in the Matrix here. And it's like, yeah, I know, but you will not stop my imagination from engaging with it and trying to fit it in where it don't belong. So yeah, the fact that all of Missing No is pretty much, or not all of it, but like the majority of Missing No stuff, all the glitches happen around Cinnabar Island, the same island that Porygon was created in. It really does beg the mind. It really does like force you to think. Well, I wonder if that means anything, right? Like, well, they were in the middle of developing it. Some things could have gone horribly right or horribly wrong, and then the Missing No escapes from the Cinnabar lab, hangs around Cinnabar Island, along the coast of the island, and that's how you get all these weird little things that happen, especially the fact that it takes different forms, the fossils of Kabutops and Aerodactyl, as well as the ghost from Pokemon Tower. And it's like Loxton pointed out earlier in the video, it's like, oh yeah, no, by the time you reach Cinnabar Island, you all that stuff would have been all that data would have been collected by Silphco, and it would have been in their databases, right? That database would have been would have would be available to Missing No had if it was to invade their systems. Like, oh yeah, and then if it materializes in the physical world, that's one it could take either one of those three forms, or it could take place as or it can appear as like this really weird jumble of pixels that tries to that's trying to struggle to exist in the real world with barely a physical form to speak of. Kind of like a ghost, or like an apparition. So I think that whole concept is really cool. I really am sticking with it. So yeah, like I said, no changes. So yeah, so that was the Porygon Z that was the Porygon Z Missing No 2-part video. That was based on the original theory that I had way back in the day. So if you guys liked it, be sure to give this YouTube video a like and subscribe to Lox and Noggin for more of those sweet little theories as well as explainer videos. All right, so that's gonna be the end of this YouTube section. Take care, and I will catch you all in the next one. All right, so that should be good. Oh man, okay. I gotta say, doing these reactions is kind of tough. It's challenging in its own way because I want to I want to not speak a whole lot during the video because from reaction videos that I've seen before, I've picked up that saying too much and pausing too much during the video can get real annoying. Either both to myself as well as to viewers. So try not to do that. I also don't want to do the exact opposite, right? I don't want to go through the other extreme where it's like, oh, I don't pause enough, and I'm pretty much just letting the video play and then reacting, every few minutes or so. So I got to find that good medium. Oh, looks like the ad is about to play here in a minute. So yeah, so prepare yourselves, guys. The ad is incoming. But yeah, so that's pretty much what what it amounts to is like this is pretty challenging. I do want to get better because I do want to react to more stuff and I do want to react to more people. So like I said last week, I did get permission from Loxton as well as Lore Keeper Toby to react to their videos. So expect more of those reactions in the future. And I'm also really trying to reach out to MNJ TV because there's certainly a lot of his videos that I really am excited to react to. So if anybody knows a way to reach out to MNJ TV, certainly let me know. All right, looks like the ad is here. All right, so we're gonna go on a brief break here to let you guys chill out for a minute, and then we will continue on from there. All right. So, welcome back from the ad, guys. Uh, sorry if it took a little bit. I know probably you guys have been back for like half a minute. I was finishing up my mac and cheese that I was eating while watching the videos. So, all right. So let's see. We're 2 hours in, so not bad, not bad time. Let's see. We could react to one. We could react to one more video. Excuse me. We could react to one more video. Uh, would the good sir care for some tips and suggestions? Oh, for sure. Yeah, because I do want to get better at this. So by all means, if you got tips and suggestions, go ahead and lay them out. But yeah, so we could go for one more video to react to, maybe a Lore Keeper Toby video. We could also try to continue on with the Project Herodotus framework that we were doing yesterday. Let's see. You know what? I think I do want to try to finish up Project Herodotus' framework today as well, since I do want to get to actually streaming Pokemon games. The main thing I want to focus on this channel for next week. So I think we'll do that. Yeah. All right. Hang on a minute. All right. So got the slide still here. All right. We left off with we finished up Brendan. So we have Brendan's canon team of for Ruby Sapphire and Emerald. We have his canon team of Minun, Milotic, Flygon, Castform, Kecleon, and Sceptile. So it's not as balanced as it probably should be, but it's something that should provide a bit of a challenge, right? And then for his Oros team, there's a bit of a shakeup. We still have Sceptile, we still have Castform, we still have Minun as staples of the team, and then we have We switched out Milotic for Sharpedo, Flygon for Latios, and Kecleon for I forgot to alter the thing here. Kecleon for Arcanine. So let me go ahead and change this here. Arcanine, Arcanina, Arcanina. Let's see. Go with host story Pokemon. It's good. It's about as good as any. There's really not a lot of stuff that Oros kind of introduced. Okay, that's weird. Again, it's hmm. All right, so definitely after the stream here, I gotta switch up the toggles to my stream deck. All right, so that off. All right, there we go. Okay, so the next person on the list to make a canon team for would be, let's go back here. It'd have to be Gold. All right, so let's go ahead and let us duplicate. Alrighty. So for this one, all right. Oh, let's see. Have your intros be related to the subject matter, but the outro generalized as to avoid rambling. Due to using a live record for YouTube vid, avoid talking about ads. Make a slash marker when an ad pops in. Okay, cool. Thank you for that tip there, Veganox. I'll definitely try to implement that in future streams. All right. So, hold on. I forgot I already had a. Actually, hold on. So here, this one is going to be Gold Silver team. And I'm going to use... You know what? I'm going to delete that and insert here. Shrink just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. So we're going to change, well, delete that. We're going to do... Remind me how the Oros stream panned out. Ah, I see. Yeah. So that's how it panned out there, strategist. You already saw it. All right, Ethan. No, stupid. All right. I'm gonna go with the best art of gold silver version of gold, and there we go. All right. Let's so gold, right? Or Ethan, however name you want to refer to him as. Again, I refer to him as gold because that's the better name. All right, so regional starter. Let's start off with that. Okay, gold's starter. I personally have, I believe it's going to be Typhlosion, right? Cynical has to be a starter because then that means that silver has, silver gets Totodile and Feraligatr, and then whoever's left goes to Lyra or Chris or whatever, right? Now, I do believe there's plenty of evidence to suggest that gold definitely has Typhlosion as a starter. Ah, Vegetox, no, not Guthan Eold. Yeah, that. All right, so let's try to count it out here, right? So we've got one with Totodile and Chikorita. Nothing here. One with Totodile, or one with Croconaw. One with looks like one with both Totodile and Cyndaquil, and there's one with Chikorita with Lyra. So there's there's that. So that's what 1, 2, 3 for Totodile, and then 2 for that's 2 for Cyndaquil, with Chikorita 2 for Chikorita for Lyra. That said, Ethan Gold is a good meet in the middle for a name. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Ethan Gold as the last name, I guess. There's another Croconaw one. There's one with Typhlosion. Another one with Typhlosion. So much media puts him with Typhlosion, it'd be absurd to give Gold anything but. Well, as I was just going over here, there's actually quite a lot of there's actually quite a few you know, there's quite a few media that pairs him with Crocodile. So, however, there is Typhlosion does beat out Typhlosion does beat out Crocodile for Alligator for association points, right? Because not only do we have that, I believe that makes it now a tie between Crocodile for Alligator. So we got again 1, 2, 3, 4 for Totodile, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 for Cyndaquil, right? So we would need a tiebreaker, and I know what tiebreaker that I know the perfect thing for a tiebreaker, right? Let's see. Pokemon Generations. I don't think it shows generation. I don't think it shows gold with a Typhlosion or any Pokemon really. He's just sneaking about. Pokemon Evolutions does not show him with a Pokemon either. Let's see. The Pokemon manga Adventures has gold with a Cyndaquil, so that's a point towards Cyndaquil for association, right? It looks like for the anime, the Zoroark Master of Illusions anime, it looks like it showcased gold with a Dawn fan, so that's pretty neat. Let's see. Oh yeah, Jimmy from Johto from Pokemon Chronicles, Legend of Thunder. Yeah, so it had him with Typhlosion as well. So chalk up another point to Cyndaquil. So with that, because of external media, it seems we have our winner. We've got Cyndaquil as the Pokemon of choice. Cyndaquil, let's go. The anime is weird because the movie cameo is a different character to the protagonist of Legend of Thunder, but both are canon characters in the anime continuity. Ethan the Jimmy Gold. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn the chat box back on. Hang on a minute. There we go. Sorry about that. Alrighty. And let me go back here. All right. Pop this up. Oh wait, no, not you. I need Typhlosion. So here and paste for Typhlosion. All right. So now that we got the regional starter part out the way, who else is going to be on Gold's team? Typhlosion. So, as far as gift Pokemon, right? We do have, I believe, we might have a couple of options, but the first option is the most obvious option, which is Togepi, right? You always get Togepi. Togepi is a mandatory thing You always get the egg and you always hatch it. Sorry about that. We're stretching out a little bit. All right, so now, thing is, Togepi doesn't really fit Gold's vibe, though. Unlike in Pokemon Adventures, where Togepi did fit Gold's vibe, but that's only because Gold raised him, and thus he was a bad influence on Togepi. So that Togepi ended up being a little bit of a brat. So I find that kind of funny. But yeah, so there's Togepi as an option for a gift Pokemon, but there's also another one, right? The other gift Pokemon that you can get, although it's not a mandatory one, it's the Tyrogue that you get from the Karate Master in Mount Mortar. There we go. That's what I was trying to remember. Mount Mortar. So we could do those, and but there's also another one, right? There's also another, and I would I'm gonna be 100% transparent here. This next suggestion is 100% a personal preference, and it is absolutely my bias here. I want to go with Pichu, right? Because Pichu not only serves as the Pika clone, but you can get a Pichu as a result of an egg hatch. And not only that, but if I'm playing Heart Gold Soul Silver, right? I want hold on, let me make sure like there's nobody around me when I say this, right? I want to make sure just between you and me, guys, I want to make sure that I can get a spiky ear Pichu in my Heart Gold Soul Silver play, right? Through the usual means, if you know what I mean. Yeah. And the reason why I'm very insistent on the Pichu thing is because when I was playing Heart Gold one day, I was lucky enough to be able to obtain a spiky ear Pichu through that event, and like I was able to actually win the Pokemon League with that Pichu on my team, and that Pichu literally gave me an anime moment where that Pichu was the only Pokemon I had left, and it was going up against Lance's Dragonite, and I was like, it was epic because it was Pichu, it was Pichu's I was gonna say Zap Cannon. Pichu can't learn Zap Cannon. I meant Volt Tackle. It was Pichu's Volt Tackle versus the Lance's Dragonite, and it managed to crit and one shot the Dragonite, which was amazing. And to this day, because of that moment, Pichu forever has a special place in my heart. So that is why I am insisting on a third option of having Pichu as part of the canon team. The egg that gives Pichu is crystal specific. Oh yeah, the odd egg, right? It was called the odd egg, and yeah, that one. So that one in particular, I've already made up my mind that for that one, it's going to be part of Chris's canon team because obviously. But I could have swore there was another egg that gives you a Pichu, right? I could have swore that was a thing. In fact, let me go ahead and look that up. Pichu. Pichu. The only egg you get beyond that is Togepi. Look at this. This is my daughter. Nobody speaks ill of my daughter here. She won me a championship, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's see. Game appearances, Pokedex entries. Okay, game locations. Breed Pikachu or Raichu. Okay, so I guess not. Not even in Heart Gold Soul Silver. Okay. Wow. Well, I still want to I still want a Pichu on the team as a fun thing. So if for nothing else, it has to take the Pika clone spot. It has to, because by virtue of it being mascot and representative of like what you call it, baby Pokemon, which was a new thing in the Johto games. So I'm gonna put Pichu's picture up on the slide. All right. So here we got Pichu, Pika clone, baby Pokemon, babies. All right, baby Pokemon. All right, so I guess we could still do we could still do that. Yeah. So we got get rid of that. So I guess we'll put Togepi up on there. So and then we'll also have to put Togetic. Now Togetic specific because again this is the gold silver crit this is the gold silver team. So Togekiss is not a thing yet. Down here. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hang on a second. So Togetic, gift Pokemon. This one is better. This one kind of better This one is better representative of baby Pokemon because, you know, poster child, so to, so to speak. So gift Pokemon, baby Pokemon, Pokemon. Oh, speaking of music. All right, there we go. All right, ad is going to be starting here in 5 mics, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, Pika clone, mascot. Okay, so who else do we got? Let's see. We got Overworld Pokemon. I know just the one. I know just the one to use, and we can use that as our surfer. Can anybody tell me what which Pokemon I am referring to? Too late. It's Gyarados. Now, can I get a... I don't think I can. I know there's artwork. I know there's official artwork of Red Gyarados. I gotta find it. Red Gyarados. This is TCG artwork. That's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for official artwork. I know there's a... I could have swore there was, like, official artwork. Hold on a minute. Let's see. I guess I'll just take some, I guess I'll just use the sprites, yeah? Bit weird, but kinda have to use it. Alright, there we go. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you for that, strategist. Alright, hang on a minute. Strategist just sent me artwork of Red Gyarados that I can, like a render of Red Gyarados that I can use. So let me just fill this out real quick. Gyarados. Overworld encounter. And shiny Pokemon. There we go. Alright, now I can get rid of this. Why does that not look right? It looks nothing right. Ugh, that does not look right. But it's whatever. There we go. Okay, so yeah, there's the Red Gyarados. Okay, it represents both overworld encounters as well as the brand new shiny Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 2. Alright, now, what else can we do here? Who else can we do? Oh, I'm thinking of giving him, let's see, I want to give Gold Espeon. I want to give Gold Espeon to represent the new day-night cycle, as well as the new evolution that was a thing back then. So let's see. Espeon. All right. Let us get rid of you. Now, for Gold and Silver specifically, it is going to be a bit weird because Red also has Espeon on his team for Gold and Silver and Crystal. So, a bit weird, but I'm gonna fuck with it. Slightly off. All right. So here we have Espeon. Day, night, cycle. Evolution. There we go. Gold having Umbreon might be smarter because it covers day-night cycle and the dark type as well as opposing NPC Red's Espeon. Aha! I knew someone was going to bring that up. However, I have a better suggestion. I've got a better suggestion for a dark type. Hang on a minute. I will show you why not. I'm not going to include Umbreon on Gold's team specifically. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. This right here. In the Gotcha music video, Ethan uses a Tyranitar. We have official media that shows him with a Tyranitar, a Dark-type Pokemon. And what good, I think that's a good representation for the Dark types. Using Tyranitar, that should be pretty cool. And plus, it does exactly what you say for that Umbreon would do, which is to be a good counter against Red's Espeon. Not only that, but also a counter against Red's Charizard, seeing as he's also part Rock type. So, let's go ahead and pull up Tyranitar here. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna paste it to the slide. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. There we go. Okay, I think it'd be smart to assume Crystal's Odd Egg shiny, since it's got an enhanced, admittedly not guaranteed, chance of being shiny. True. In fact, who's to say the Pichu that hatches from the Odd Egg is not a shiny Pichu? So that would be pretty dope. Alright, Tyranitar. Dark type Pokemon. Okay, now here is the so here we have a potential like a potential team, right? We've got Typhlosion, Espeon, Togetic, Pichu, Gyarados, and Tyranitar. Now, does anybody know what we're missing here that could be used, that could be better than something we already have on this list? Well, for one thing, I feel like we are missing a Steel-type Pokemon to represent the new Steel types. Right? So, I feel like we can replace one of these Pokemon for a Steel-type Pokemon. And I know just the Steel-type Pokemon to represent, right? Scizor. Now, I will admit, the only reason why I'm opting for Scizor instead of any other Steel-type Pokemon is because of vibes. Look at this. You look at Scizor, and then you look at Gold, right? Oh, I scrolled too far. All right. You look at Scizor, and you look at Gold, and you tell me that these two don't look like they belong together. Right? I feel like these two are a good fit because they have the same color scheme and they vibe with each other. Ah, yes, that's right. As well as the bug catching contest. That's right. So, bug catching contest leans into the day mechanic. That's true. But also, bug catching contest in and of itself, it's a unique thing that is unique to Johto. So, here is what I propose, chat. I propose that we swap Togetic for Scizor. That is my proposal. Vibes are great. Typing is hell for him. Oh, for sure. Luckily, there's no fire type specialist in Johto to worry about, so... But yeah, that is my proposal there, chat. I propose swapping Togetic for Scizor. Until post-game. I'm not worried about. I'm pretty sure Scizor can handle himself in the post-game. I'm confident. I'm confident that I'm all in. I'm dying on the hill that Scizor can definitely handle post-game stuff. At least, well, he might struggle in Gen 2. In Gen 4, though, I have no doubts that that Scizor can hold his own in post-game Johto. But yeah, so think about my proposal, chat. That's what I'm thinking. And in exchange for this swap, we can give Togetic to Chris and Lyra. Well, probably not Chris, but definitely Lyra. Definitely Lyra will have Togetic. Because in Heart Gold Soul Silver, she can get Togekiss, although that won't be available until post-game, sadly. Let's see. Yeah, because I really want to keep Pichu. I want to keep Pichu just for that. Togetic of these four, of these six, I think Togetic is the most easily replaceable for Gold specifically, right? All right, so let me see here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and swap out Togetic for Scizor. Alrighty. I feel like this is a risk because isn't the plan to use Gold for Gold Silver, Chris for Crystal, and Lyra for Heart Gold Soul Silver? Yes. Actually, no. We did determine that that Gold is the canon main character for both Gold Silver and Heart Gold Soul Silver. Chris is unique in that she is the the canon main character for Crystal. So, yeah, for Lyra, we're not worried about Lyra. Just that Togetic is Togetic would be better for Lyra rather than for Gold. Yeah. All right. Also, now that we freed up, now that we swapped out Togetic, Pichu can fill triple duty as the baby Pokemon representative. All right. So, there we have it. We've got our team. In fact, hold on. I'm pretty sure Scizor can learn Fly, now that I'm thinking about it. If Scizor can't learn Fly, that's a bit sad, but I would understand why. Gen 2. Oh, he cannot learn Fly. Again, understandable, although just a bit sad that he can't learn Fly. Wait, can he learn fly in later generations? No, he can't. Okay. Scizor can barely get off the ground. True! All that extra metal from the metal coat is weighing him down, so... Oh, hold on. Wait. Can Scyther learn fly? Let me see if Scyther can learn fly. Scyther cannot learn fly. Okay, again, understandable. Does not hurt to, would not hurt to check. Alrighty, so, let's see. So that is all of gold and, I guess we can leave it that for gold and silver version of gold. Alright, next up we will do Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Lots of different images. There we go. This dripless, flavorless artwork here. I'm sorry, Sugimori Sensei. This just ain't it. He's got no aura. He's got no energy. He's got nothing to him. He's flavorless. He doesn't have that same aura. I want my Gen 2 protagonist to look like he has a shit-eating grin. Alright, there we go. Alright, this is gonna be Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Alright. So, for Heart Gold, Soul Silver, once again, Pichu is going to stay the same. Typhlosion is going to stay the same. Okay? The Red Gyarados is going to stay the same. Now, I'm pretty sure this team is still viable, right? There's really nothing in Heart Gold, Soul Silver that is all that different from Gold and Silver in terms of introducing something new, right? Like I'm trying to think of anything Heart Gold, Soul Silver might have introduced that could be represented by a Pokemon. Like I know there's the Pokathlon, obviously, but there's nothing like. There's nothing specific Pokemon. There's no specific Pokemon that can represent the Pokathlon because all Pokemon can do the Pokathlon, right? So can't do that because it's not like the bug catching contest. The bug catching contest is something that can be represented by like a specific Pokemon, or in this case, a specific type of Pokemon. Let's see. Oh my goodness, I forgot to update the thing. There's a Scizor picture that says Togetic. Whoops. Scizor. Eel type Pokemon. What Pokemon would rep the Pokewalker? The Pokewalker? I think that's in the same boat as the Pokathlon. I don't think there's a single Pokemon that can represent the Pokewalker, I think. Like, I'm trying to think of what could, if possible. Let's see. Let's try to take a look here. Okay, hold on a second. Is there a Pokemon that is unique to this to that Pokewalker? I'm trying. I want to go. Let's go to Cerebi to answer that question because I don't think Bulbapedia can answer that for us. All right, let's see here. We're all the way down. We're going down to Gen 4. Here we go. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Bulbapedia covers the Pokewalker courses too. Okay, if that's the case, I'll pull it up on Bulbapedia as well. But let's try to see what Cerebi can show us. Pokewalker exclusive Pokemon. Alright, so Pokewalker exclusive Pokemon. Skitty, Carvana, Wailmer, Feebas, Castform, Kecleon, Tropius, Snorunt, Glalie, Shellos, Spiritomb, Finneon, Snover, and Frostlass. Can you not find these? Wait, can you not find these in using the Hoenn or Sinnoh sounds? Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. All in the post game, by the way. That's true. That they can only be found in the post game, which is sad. Game data, game location. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, transfer from Pokemon. Okay, so no, you cannot find it using the Hoenn sounds. I guess as Cerebi stated, it's exclusive to the Pokewalker. What a short list of Pokemon that's exclusive to the Pokewalker. That's interesting. Anyway, so yeah, it doesn't look like we can use anything to represent the Pokewalker. I don't know. Guys, what do you think? Do you think this is still good? Do you think this team is still good? Because I can't think of anything to change here for Heart Gold, Soul Silver specifically. Why not feature one of the Pokemon that evolves with a Gen 4 method like Mamoswine? Let me think. Let me think real quick. Hang on a minute. Let's see. So, off the top of my head, I get... what? I get Magneton to Magnezone. I get Nosepass to Probopass. Eevee to Glaceon. Eevee to Leafeon. As you just pointed out, Mamoswine... Piloswine to Mamoswine. There's also, what? Yanma to Yanmega. So, I guess those are good options, but I don't know. Looking Cerebi for the Johto Dex and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it only adds 5 species. Did I not list 5 species? Magnezone, Probopass, Magnezone, Probopass, Glaceon, Leafeon, Mamoswine, and Yanmega. There we go. So that's 6. Oh, there's also Magmortar and Electivire. There we go. Oh! I got it! Okay. Shoot. Let's see. I think... Okay, I have to make a decision here. So, in Heart Gold... I think I got the perfect thing, guys. So, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you have the ability to obtain a gift Pokemon from Ultimo, right? He gives you the choice of either a Wooper, a Slugma, or a Mareep, right? You get a choice of those 3 from a special code that you can give him. And so, I think we can add of those 3 Pokemon, I think we can add Mareep. And the reason why is because let me go back here to this page. The reason why I say is because once again in the Gotcha music video, not only did he have Tyranitar, Gold also had Ampharos. So, I think that's a good reason to add Ampharos to the Heart Gold Soul Silver team. However, the question I would have to ask is, which Pokemon do I replace for Ampharos? Oh, I almost forgot to add. Bug catching contest. I thought that was feeling a bit empty. There we go. All right. So yeah, that is something that's unique to Heart Gold Soul Silver that I can add to the Heart Gold Soul Silver team. Again, the only question being, which of these Pokemon which of the 5 Pokemon, because we're not replacing the starter, obviously, which of these 5 Pokemon should be replaced for Ampharos? I think it's a very tough question. Let's see. Mamoswine, oh, I forgot Tangrowth and Licky Licky. That's right. Oh, and Ambipom too. Let's see. So, I think a better candidate would be the Ultimo Pokemon that are gifted to you. All right. Also, it looks like an ad is about to be on its way in about 5 mics. So, heads up for that. Yanmega makes some sense if you ask me because it ties into swarms. Okay. That's a good argument. But here's the thing about that though, is that Yanma and Yanmega don't exactly they're not exactly representative of the swarm mechanic though, right? Because literally any Pokemon can swarm. So it's a bit tricky for that one because it's not they're not the poster child of that particular mechanic. In fact, let me go here for a minute. Swarms, bug catching. Swarm Pokemon, there we go. Introduced in Gold and Silver, Swarm Pokemon make a return in Heart Gold Soul Silver. In order to find them in the game, you have to check Professor Oak's Pokemon Talk radio station on the Pokegear. Each day, he will say Pokemon that have been spotted in a specific area across Kanto or Johto. This changes each day, so it's always best to check the radio to see if the Pokemon is available. The Pokegear and map are also marked with the exclamation mark for the area when a swarm exists. So, swarm Pokemon include Chansey, Ditto, Marill, Yanma, Dunsparce, Snubbull, Quillfish, Remoraid, Poochyena, Wingull, Routes, Sableye in Heart Gold only, Mawile and Gulpin in Soul Silver only, Swablu, Whiscash, Baltoy in Heart Gold, Clamperl, Relicanth, Luvdisc, Kricketot, and Bunnery. So, yeah, so a lot of diverse types. So I can't even make the same leeway as for the bug catching contest where it's like, oh, they're represented by a particular type of Pokemon. But yeah, I don't think Swarm Pokemon is gonna work here. In the original Gen 2, it was one of the few Pokemon that could be swarming. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's check Gen 2, yeah, and see what Pokemon swarm in those games. New Pokemon version exclusives, unobtainable, legendary, interactable, gift, in-game, new evolution methods. So it doesn't appear that Cerebi includes a swarm Pokemon section, unlike with Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Maybe it's under daily, weekly events. Ah, here we go. Swarms. Never mind. It's literally on the top of the list. All right. For swarms, you have Marill, Yanma, Dunsparce, Snubbull, Quillfish, and Remoraid. So yeah, still a diverse group of Pokemon that swarm about. So nothing to say that one type of Pokemon would represent it, nor one specific Pokemon would represent it. Excuse me. All right, so yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Ultimo Pokemon, guys. I think I'm gonna go with that one as a Heart Gold Soul Silver exclusive thing. Because as you pointed out, swarms are not exclusive to were not exclusive to Heart Gold Soul Silver. So they were a thing since Gen 2, which I completely forgot. So going back to Heart Gold Soul Silver here. Let me see if I can pull up that thing for Ultimo. Commemorative photos, move tutors, Celebi event, in-game events from event Pokemon, Headbutts, bug catching contest, Pal Park, Ruins of Elf. Pokemon form changing partner Pokemon, in-game trades. I guess I should go to gift Pokemon. Ah, here we go. Special eggs. Violet City, you can receive one of 3 eggs by giving a special secret code. This is the one. For Heart Gold Soul Silver, wouldn't Yanmega tie back into the Gen 4 evolution that was newly added to Heart Gold Soul Silver, though? Well, hang on. It looks like you guys aren't an ad. What a time for that to kick in. So I'll answer your question when you get back there. When you get back from the ad, there's strategist. Oh, snap. I am muted. Ah! I was muted. Oh, no. God, I thought I unmuted myself. No. Oh, that is embarrassing. That is so embarrassing today. All right. Okay, lessons learned. Oh, I always got to make sure my mic is unmuted. I could have swore I unmuted it, but you know what? I think it might be the fact that the mute button on this mic is kind of, it's a touch instead of like a physical button. So I guess I don't have that tactile reminder that, oh yeah, no, I pressed the button. Cringe. Ah, it is cringe. All right, so as I was saying, because apparently I've been muted for the last few minutes. So, strategist, to answer your question, I don't want to consider Yanmega because Yanmega was not is not a Pokemon that was introduced that's specific towards Johto. It was an evolution that was introduced first and foremost in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. So, and obviously because you can catch Yanma in those games as well. So, I don't think that should count towards consideration in this particular case. Oh boy, I'm not gonna give myself a good time after stream because of this. I gotta probably go for a run, take a lap or something. Probably visit the fucking resistance track and do a few laps as punishment. Okay. Anyways, so yeah. That's why I'm not going to consider Yanmega. Instead, I still want to, I'm really adamant on adding the Ultimo gift Pokemon. So, once again, that's one of these three Pokemon here, specifically the Mareep. And the reason why I want to add the Mareep is because Gold canonically Gold has an Ampharos in the Gotcha music video, so Ampharos is associated with him. Go and mop the rain. Well, luckily it's not raining, so I don't have to do that. Alright. So I think I'm gonna have to bite the bullet here. It's gonna be a bit weird because I have some type overlap. But I'm gonna have to not consider Scizor. Or at the very least, okay, hold on. This is so tough. I don't know who to swap. I have to swap somebody for Ampharos, man. Who am I gonna swap? Actually, you know what? Hang on. I think I could try to find out who to swap here. Let me see something real quick. Do these two Pokemon have different stats? I can't even tell. Okay. Game data. Stats. So they don't have different stats as far as like their base stats. However, for some strange reason, normal Pichu and Spiky Ear Pichu have different stats when it comes to the Pokathlon. So that's interesting. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Okay. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, chat. I really don't, but I feel like I have to for things to pan out the way I want to. I feel like I have to do it. I gotta swap out Pichu for Ampharos. It's gonna make me sad. I don't want to do it. Especially when I know how to obtain the spiky-eared Pichu as well. Chris can rep the baby mon. I mean, I am gonna have Chris with the odd egg Pichu. That's not in doubt. That's absolutely not gonna be in doubt. Chris is absolutely gonna have the Pichu. But at the same time, I want the standard that every trainer, every canon trainer has a Pika clone. They have their own Pikachu. Let's see. Alright. So I think what I'll do here, chat, because again, I absolutely don't want to get rid of Pichu. Especially when I kind of sort of know how to obtain a spiky-eared Pichu in modern time. I think I think I'm gonna get rid of Espeon, to be quite honest. Like I'll deal with the fact that I have 2 electric types on my team, 2 pure electric types at that. Why would a Pika clone be a requirement? The reason why is because I'm using Red's team as a template of what to include as far as you know, canon teams for every other team, right? So Red has a Pikachu, and ever since Pikachu is very popular. So every region that has been introduced afterwards has featured some form of a Pikachu type Pikachu-like Pokemon, whether it's a Pikachu baby form in Johto, or like Plusle in Hoenn, Pachirisu in Sinnoh, and so on and so forth. So that's why I'm insisting on a Pika clone. So, thing is, if I can't exactly get rid of Espeon, because Espeon is a very good counter against both Chuck and Koga, and a lot of poison types from Team Rocket, as well as Bruno and Koga in the Elite Four. So no, I can't. Shoot, I can't get rid of Espeon. I guess I'll have to get rid of Scizor. I'll have to get rid of Scizor because I only included it for vibes. Unfortunately, like Gen 4 did buff bug types, so Scizor is actually a lot better in Gen 4 than he is in Gen 2. So I might, and I can't get rid of Tyranitar because I can't get rid of Tyranitar. We have promotional material that suggests that he's part of his canon team. Okay. All right, Scizor. I gotta get rid of you because you're not because I already have something for. I already got pretty good counters for any bug types and rock and like any like flying types or whatnot, or not flying types, rock types. There we go. So I'm gonna have to get rid of him because he's when compared to everyone else on the team, he's pretty redundant. All right, so Ampharos it is. Pikachu's popularity doesn't translate to others. They are stand-ins. Locking another slot to clone eliminates character diversity. True. That might be true to some extent. However, got hair. Got hair in my mouth. Anyways, as I was saying, that might be true, Rio. However, there's also the fact that having a Pika clone adds a particular challenge because Pika clones by themselves are not that strong of they're not that strong of Pokemon, right? Like Pikachu, for example. Pikachu is not that strong compared to almost every other Pokemon that Red would have on his team, either during or post Indigo League, right? So let me pull this up here real quick. So according to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, this is his team that he won the Indigo League with. Pikachu is in no way stronger than Machamp, Arcanine, Venusaur, Snorlax, or Lapras. However, because of the type of Pokemon that Red went up against, Pikachu was actually a viable choice to pick or to have on the team, especially when you consider that, you know, Blue has half his team that's weak to an electric type. So, and one of them being a Gyarados, which is a 4 times weakness to electric types, right? So, while yes, it eliminates character diversity, I believe it makes up for it in some challenge because you have to really strategize and think about how you can overcome a situation when you don't have as diverse team as you normally would have in a playthrough. Red/Ash is noted for his Pikachu. The other trainers are noted for their other Mons. Not a chasing of legend. No, not a chasing of legend. But there's a reason why these are called Pika clones, right? Because like obviously not. I don't think they're not called Pika clones in universe because that'd be a little silly. So like, for one thing. Let's go to Brendan here. So I have Brendan with a Minun on his team. Now, yes, he fulfills Minun fulfills the Pika clone category. However, Minun also accomplishes the fact that Minun is very good at is tailor-made for double battles because it partners with it has Helping Hand. It's got the Helping Hand move. And when partnered with a Plusle, which, yeah, I'm not gonna partner it with a Plusle, guys. That's I'm not gonna go that far. When partnered with a Plusle, its ability minus interacts with the plus ability from Plusle. So there's that. The anime gave at least every Pika clone aside from Pichu, Plusle, and Minun to one of the female leads in the series. Yeah. So. And even the anime is just like, yeah, these Pokemon are pretty popular because they resemble Pikachu, but also they have their own charms. Oh, and Morpeko was also given to James instead. Oh, did he did he get Morpeko? That's pretty funny. I like that. I wonder if hangry Morpeko always tried to bite his finger or something. Because for some strange reason, James it's always a running gag that James has a Pokemon that'll always attack him in one form or another. For Victory Bell, he tried to eat him. for Cacnea. He tried to hug him all the time. Who do you have? Did he have anybody? Oh, Carnivine. He had Carnivine in Gen 4, right? In Sinnoh. I don't know who he had in Gen 5 because after Sinnoh is when I dropped off the anime. So it'd be pretty funny if Morpeko like tried to always like bite his finger off or something. The whole team was scared of Morpeko? That's funny. You're not you when you're hungry. Alright, so strategist, as I was saying, I'm going to swap out Scizor for Ampharos as the Pokemon to have on the team. Gen 5 and 6 didn't really do the gag. Gen 7 gave him Marini, which poisoned him every time it affectionately hugged his face. That's also pretty funny. I feel locking in a token mon is more of a disservice. If this is to be a canon run, you need more grounding than clones are popular. Okay. Alright. I got what you mean, Veganox, and I don't yeah, so I don't want it to feel like it's tokenized, you know? But I do feel like at the very least Pichu should be here because Pichu is Pikachu adjacent, more so than any of the other Poke clones that came afterward. All right, so okay, I'll replace Pichu because I don't want it to feel like it's tokenized. For Gen 8, Marnie is a common recurring character, has a Morpeko as basically her ace. Mascot really, since her ace is Brimsnarl. Yeah, that's true. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Okay, so Pichu is swapped out for Ampharos. Oh, whoops. Ampharos. Gift Pokemon. The acceptable baby is Togepi as was the first we see for Japanese. I mean, yeah, that like I said, well, I'm saving Togepi for Chris as for that. Yeah, I'm saving Togepi for Chris. Alrighty, so so here we go. No real change as far as typing is concerned. Just a swap from Pichu to Ampharos. Everything else seems good, right? We all feel like this is a better choice for a Heart Gold Soul Silver team. Also, looks like the ad break is about to begin here in about 2 to 3 minutes. So heads up on that one. All right. So if we're all in agreement on that on this particular team, then we can move on to Chris's canon team. Let's go. Oop. Duplicate slide. There we go. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to Chris's team here. If anyone has any questions for Gold's Heart Gold Soul Silver team, certainly let me know, and I will do my best to answer them. Hey, Fred, welcome, dude. Happy Saturday to you too. All right, so looks like the ad is about to begin here in a minute, so I'm gonna keep bringing up some references here for Chris, and hopefully that should do it. Hopefully that we can get started figuring out her canon team when you guys get back from the ad. Is the daycare man lying to us? Do they know where eggs come from? Are they protecting the youth from sex? I mean, the Pokemon games have kind of retconned how Pokemon reproduce. Like in Gen 1, they outright the Pokemon Mansion journals outright say that Mew gave birth. Like even in the original Japanese, they use the word umaru. Umaru is a word that's always applied to like live births that animals do, like everyone else does here. Not laying eggs, not anything like that, not hatching, but like actually giving birth, live birthing. Oh, looks like the ad's beginning. We'll catch you guys in the ad afterwards in about like a minute and a half. All right, I'm making sure that this thing is now unmuted. All right. Everyone back from the ad? Cool. Thank you guys for sitting through the ads here. All right, so the daycare man is fucking the Pokemon himself. No, don't do it, Joker. Don't do it, Joker. They're Pokemon, Joker. But yeah, no. Like I said, they've always changed. They've changed they retconned how Pokemon reproduce. Now it's all they gather energy between themselves, and an egg is mysterious, and an egg is like pops into existence. You know, I was like, whatever. Just I kind of miss the implication that, you know, Pokemon are still living are kind of like still living creatures. They reproduce just like anything else. Like, guys, reproduction is a thing. You don't need to be so gun shy about it. Come on. Like, what's next? You're gonna say that you're gonna say that humans in the Pokemon world, they reproduce the same way? You know, two human beings just, you know, they gather their energy, mix it all together, and boom, a baby pops out. It's kind of a little too silly, even for Pokemon. All right, but yeah, let's go and continue here. So, Chris. So, the first thing we're gonna do is Chris's starter. I'm pretty sure it's no-brainer to anybody that if Gold here has Typhlosion, then that would mean that obviously the rival Silver would have Feraligatr. Now, in the trio of Gold, Silver, and Chris, that would mean that Chris would be left with the Chikorita of the group. And you know what? I think that's pretty obvious, right? Chikorita fits Chris's vibe. Pokemon anime establishes pregnancy happens at the end of Gen 7. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I did hear about that once. What, like who was it? Professor Burnett, she gets pregnant because it gets knocked up by Professor Kukui and they have a child. And for some strange reason, they treat Ash as like their actual child and say, "Yeah, no, this kid's gonna be your little brother." I think that's how I heard it go down. That just sounds a little weird. Just, you know, even for Pokemon, it sounds a little too silly. All right, so let me pull up here. Meganium. They practically adopted Ash, which is weird because his mother isn't exactly giving him up. That is weird. Like, doesn't his mom visit Alola? I could have swore I saw like a artwork of what was her name? Delilah? Hey there, Delilah. Why don't you go to Alola and pick up your son? He's being kidnapped by the natives or. She turns up for the league. Well, yeah, of course. Of course Ash's mom turns up for the league. She's there to support her son. Oh, Delia. Okay, thank you. I don't know why I thought it was always Delilah. Yeah, it sounds kind of weird. They're pretty close in spelling. Yeah, I guess so. Then again, I sometimes have a bad habit that my dad has, where he will see a word and then he will never remember the proper pronunciation. He will always default to how he always pronounces it. So it's a bit of an annoying habit that I picked up from my dad. Let's see here. Oh, right. Meganium. Meganium. Alright, so with that, I'm going to now change Espeon to Umbreon. So this is where Umbreon comes into play, guys. There we go. So Espeon's gonna get swapped out for Umbreon. Now, there's also a thematic reason why I've got Umbreon with Chris and Espeon with Gold, and that is because in alchemic symbology, right, the sun is a masculine force, whereas the moon is a feminine force. So, because of that, that's another reason why I have Espeon with Gold and Umbreon with Chris. I say specific Japanese phrases wrong to make my friend twitch. Umbreon. Okay, so goodbye, Espeon. Hello, Umbreon. Brrr. Is that friend Valerian by any chance? Nah, it's Ninja. Okay. Alrighty. So, Umbreon is the... so, we have Umbreon now. Alright, the next one again has to be... the next one has to be, of course, Togepi. And Togetic. So, goodbye, Scizor. Togetic. Copy. Paste. All right. Okay. While I fill out this information here, what do you guys suggest for Chris's canon team? Give me your suggestions here. Has anyone got Sudowoodo yet? No one's got Sudowoodo yet. So, Sudowoodo for overworld encounters, okay. I already have a dark type here. I'll swap out Tyranitar for Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo! Alright, there we go. Alright. Are there any other suggestions for Chris's team? Chris is also going to keep the Red Gyarados. Again, that's a bit of a story encounter. So, it's a mandatory story encounter, so it has to be there. It's not a mandatory capture, though. True, it's not a mandatory capture. However, it had to have been captured because otherwise the TV crew from Jubilife TV would have. I feel like it would have found the Red Gyarados at some point, right? Because that was the whole thing about the TV station at the beginning of Diamond and Pearl, which is, oh, they scoured all of Lake of Rage and they could not find any evidence of the Red Gyarados. So that tells me that the Red Gyarados wasn't defeated; it was captured either by the player character or by Lance himself. So capture is the more likely result of the two. More likely scenario, I mean. Only one of them needs to capture it. Yes, only one of them does. And Lance usually likes, you know how champions do. They like to pawn their responsibilities off on the player character. So, yeah. Animate Lance with his non-shiny Red Gyarados. I know, right? All right, so what do we think, guys? Do we think this is good? Does she really need Ampharos here? I'm trying to think what about anything about Crystal that stands out that we can add to her team. No, seriously, they never make it sparkle for him, even in Gen 8. Suicune? No. Like I said, my rule for legendary Pokemon is no legendary Pokemon unless the story forces us to have one. So sadly, no Suicune, since yes, Suicune does challenge us, but capture is not mandatory. You can absolutely defeat Suicune, and the story can still either, I believe it continues or it concludes, one of those two. Like, it's just like the situation with Ho-Oh and Lugia, right? Like, yeah, you can encounter them as part of the story, but you can beat them and the story moves on. You need to catch all 3 legendary beasts to make Ho-Oh appear. Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying though, right? Is that in gold and silver, like you can run into you can still encounter your respective legendary Pokemon as part of the story, but their capture is not a requirement to move the story forward. Like, it's the same situation with the Red Gyarados, except the Red Gyarados at least has the implication that it was captured due to external characters making such an illusion. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I got nothing better to suggest to replace Ampharos with. We might just stick with Ampharos here. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with Ampharos if nobody's got a better suggestion, because I certainly don't. All right. So with that, we can move on to the next portion of the timeline, which would be the Sinnoh region. So we can move on to Dawn. Duplicate. Any art showing off Mon? I don't think so. There's hardly any. There's really hardly any artwork of Chris. So. So here's one of Chris. Here's one of Chris with Togepi. We already have Togetic on the team. Here's another one of Chris. Here's one of Chris again, but this is Masters. Heracross? Oh, for the headbutting mechanic. Sure, yeah. Why not? that's about as good as reason as any to include Heracross. Heracross. Or Fortress if you want to add a steel type, but Heracross is definitely the poster child for headbutting tree. You know, that's actually a better argument. The inclusion of the steel type is a better argument here. Because I would definitely say that Pineco is a better representation of the headbutt mechanic than Heracross. Because yeah, Heracross can headbutt trees, but so can any other Pokemon. However, and yes, you can catch a bunch of different Pokemon from headbutting trees. However, Pineco is the only Pokemon that's exclusive to being found on trees that you headbutt, right? Because if I recall correctly, you can find like Spinarak, but Spinarak is found in the grass as well. So it's not found, like Pineco's not found in the trees. Pinecos are only found on headbuttable trees. So I think that's a better argument that they're strategists. So good job. I think I'll add that. Heracross is exclusive to the mechanic. Yeah, but Heracross is not the only Pokemon that learns headbutt though, right? You can, like, you have a move tutor there that literally teaches any Pokemon headbutt. You need to headbutt the tree to get it to appear. Okay, so yeah, but again, you need headbutt in order to find Pineco. As you said, you need headbutt in order to find Pineco. So that I kind of think Pineco is the better. Pineco and Fortress are the better fit here than Heracross. So how are you catching if you need to headbutt the tree to get it to appear? By teaching literally any other Pokemon headbutt. Like, I don't understand the confusion there. Like, hold on, I'll show you. Hang on a second. Headbutt. Alright, let's see, by level up. So Slowpoke naturally learns Headbutt in Gen 2. Seal naturally learns Headbutt. Drowsy naturally learns Headbutt. So does Cubone. But let's move on. Let's try to find Johto Pokemon. Right? We're trying to focus on Johto Pokemon. Yeah. Oh, I guess... Oh, that's odd. The only Johto Pokemon that learns Headbutt in Gen 2 at least, is Slowking. Wow, okay, that's pretty interesting. Hold up, but that's by level up, so, but I was talking about, like, what you call it? I was talking about the move tutor in Ilex Forest. So, that's by breeding. Here we go, by TM or move tutor. Alright, so here you go. We've got all of these Pokemon. We got all the starters here. Yep. Rattata can learn Headbutt. Raticate can learn Headbutt, and you catch those early. Ekans can learn Headbutt. Pikachu can learn Headbutt. Sandshrew can learn Headbutt. I'm pretty sure you can find Sandshrew in the cave just before it. You can find it in the cave just before Azalea Town. It's been sounding to me like you're specifically referring to Heracross being required to know Headbutt. No, that's not what... I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that I was all right with adding Heracross, but then you added that Fortress would be better because of the head. Well, you wanted to add Heracross because of the Headbutt mechanic, and I was fine with that. And then you suggested instead Fortress, which I think is a better candidate for the Headbutt to represent the Headbutt mechanic, because it's a Pokemon that can exclusively be found by headbutting. So yeah, no. That's my fault, strategist. I'm not trying to say Heracross is exclusive to headbutting. No, I'm trying to say that any Pokemon can learn Headbutt. Any available Pokemon can learn Headbutt through the move tutor and through the TM. But check Heracross's encounter locations? Sure. Game locations. All right. So here we go. Gold, silver. So we have it. So Heracross. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean. Heracross. I totally forgot that Heracross can only be found in headbuttable trees as well. So yeah, no, that's my fault. I'm very sorry, strategist. I apparently completely misunderstood you. So sorry about that, dude. My apologies. All right, so with that being said now, all right. I think it might be better to still include Fortress. Yes, validation. Yes, you've been validated. All right. So that being said, I do think that Fortress is a better representation because of the additional steel typing. Then, so because of the steel typing, Fortress gets an edge over Heracross. You know what? I cannot spell Fortress for some strange reason, so I'm gonna look up Pineco. Ah, Fortress is spelled with 2 R's. That's why I was messing it up. Okay. Oh, you know what? When I look at Fortress and I look at Chris together, I actually see that the color scheme kind of matches. You've got this off-white, almost grayish kind of shell, and then on the inside is red. Look at her jacket. She's got this like off-white kind of jacket with a red top inside. So that's pretty cool. That I didn't notice that before. Yeah, that was my bad earlier on the message for the typo. Fake fan is me. Nah, you're good. You're good, dude. All right. Looks like ad incoming in about 2 to 3 minutes. Forretress. Forretress. Headbutt. I'll just put headbutt Pokemon. For simplicity's sake. Headbutt Pokemon. Alright, there we go. So this will be Chris's canon team for when I run through Pokemon Crystal version. Awesome. Great. Now we can move on to Dawn. Finally. Dawn is approaching. Dawn. Okay. Well, I don't know why I did that. I already have her thing over here. Excuse me. DP. Alrighty. Oh, hold on. One more thing. Delete that. Okay. Now, who's gonna be Dawn's starter? Right? Alright, now we gotta figure out who's Dawn's starter. Now obviously people are gonna scream, "Oh, it's Piplup. Piplup's obvious. Piplup's gotta be it." Well, I don't want to just rely on the anime as the reason why Piplup is her starter. I want to see if there's anything else that can back that up, or if there's if there's another Pokemon that's just as likely for game canon. I just did the Scarlet Violet DLC quest talking about Kieran's design change, and what's funny is how I selected he looks different, and my character apparently is so stunned by a change in clothes and hairstyle, dramatically turned to Carmine to declare that. I mean, it is a drastic change for Kieran. That's I don't blame you for that reaction. All right, now, like I said, oh, ad time! It's ad time. All right. While the ad is while some of the guys are in the middle of the ad, I'm gonna take a drink here. Whew, I was thirsty. All right. So let's see here. Go with some artwork. All right. Okay. Already I'm starting to see that we might be in for a Piplup. Alright. So you guys should be back from the ad. Welcome back. Okay, so as you guys were in the middle of the ad, I was pulling up some artwork for Dawn, and yeah, I think we might just have to go with the more obvious thing, which is yeah, she probably has Piplup as her starter, as her canon starter. So we have here this piece of artwork that has her hugging a pixelated Piplup, right? We've got this one here that has her with a Infernape, which is rather interesting. We have this one here that shows her looking at a shaman. This one's for the Grand Underground. Here's one that has her with a with an Empoleon behind her. We've got one with a Piplup near her. Let's see. So we don't see a starter here with her. However, we do have quite a few Pokemon here that is with Dawn, and that is Happiny, Torchic, Pachirisu, and Skitty. Here's one for the Super Contest. Looks like she may have Lopunny. Maybe. Can't tell which of these Pokemon belong to Lucas there, but you know, it is what it is. Here's one with her and Turtwig. That's interesting. Here's another one with her and Piplup. One with all three starters. It looks like this one has her looking at Chimchar, whereas Lucas is the one picking up Piplup. Is that? Apparently there's an early Dawn concept art with an Onix. Okay, pretty interesting. Another early Dawn concept. This must be for the Great March. That's pretty cool. More concept Dawn. Okay, here we go. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl cover, art book cover. So it looks like this one has Piplup flying above Dawn. So I think that's indicative of Piplup being her starter, because Lucas is looking down at Turtwig and following next to him. Same thing here. So we have Dawn with Piplup, and then Lucas is directly in front of, Turtwig is directly in front of Lucas. Here's another thing of Dawn and Piplup, Dawn and Piplup, Dawn and Turtwig. So, yeah. Yep, so it very much looks like we're gonna have to go with the grain here and give her Piplup. Alright, that's no problem though. I don't mind. There is way too much evidence otherwise of her having a Piplup. So, Empoleon. Now, see, and that's not even, again, that's not even looking at external media, right? That's not even looking at the anime, or that's not looking at the manga. That's purely looking at promotional material for the games. Also, Dawn can be faced as an NPC in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Oh, I heard about that. So when you mean Dawn, you mean like anime Dawn. Anime Dawn can be faced as an NPC in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I did hear about that. That's actually rather cool of well, not Game Freak. That Game Freak didn't make Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. That was pretty cool of Ilka to do. Alright, Empoleon. Alright, so she has her regional starter. Now, let's see. I feel like we should give her one of the evolutions, since the Sinnoh region introduced 2 new evolutions. The question now is, who do we give her? Do we give her Glaceon or do we give her Leafeon? Rowan's assistant. The Piplup team is based around the anime with a difference or 2. Ah, okay. I got you. But yeah, so which of the two Sinnoh evolutions should I be giving Dawn here? It has to be. It has to be one of the two. It's got to be either Leafeon or Glaceon. It can't be any of the other ones because they're not like they're not new. You say Leafeon? All right. Why do you say Leafeon? Why do you say Leafeon over Glaceon? I'm gonna need a reason so I can give it some thought. In the meantime, I'm going to see about... Leafeon has your vote as well, Gved. Alright. Noted. Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to give me a reason why y'all are choosing Leafeon over Glaceon here. If we go by her Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl team, she has a fire type, but the grass type is Blossom, I think. I haven't played Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl yet, so I'm not too sure what it is you're referring to. Oh wait, no. Okay, no, I know. Okay, never mind. I know where you're turning, because you were saying you're talking about Dawn as Rowan's assistant, not Dawn as an. Okay, never mind. You're talking about the yeah. All right, hang on a second. Because you're saying you're going by BDSP, so give me just a moment. So you're saying this is her Piplup team right here? I mean, I don't want to... I honestly do think that player character Dawn and Rowan's assistant Dawn are two different characters, right? Because they would have two different... I would feel like they would have two different, like, not really upbringings, but like their personalities would be different because of the lives they lived. So I don't think they would make the exact same choices. There might be some changes based on a number of Hall of Fame victories. I think this one doesn't look like the one I was remembering. Okay, so hang on a second. Weekend battles after entering Hall of Fame 10 times. There's this one. Oh, here's the Blossom. So, it looks like this might be the one you're referring to. This is the one you're remembering? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, like I said, I think I want to make different choices because I believe that player character Dawn and Rowan's assistant Dawn are two separate characters, which means that I would have to have different considerations for them. Leafeon excels in tough or smart contests. Oh yeah, that's right. There's contests I gotta consider as well. Let's see. Oh, that's about it. Okay. You always saw it excelling in cool contests. Well, yeah. I mean. It can, I guess. Alright, let's see. So, I'm kind of confused here, because I need you guys to let me know, how does this inform you that I have to choose Leafeon over Glaceon as Dawn's canon team? Just let me know, because I guess if this is strategist, if this is your reason why I should choose Glaceon over Leafeon, I'm not understanding. It's not clicking in my head why it's relevant at all. I need some more meat on those theory bones. Leafeon over Glaceon. No, yeah, no, I get that. I just need to know why, because when I asked why, you brought this up here, and I'm wondering what this has to do with choosing Leafeon over Glaceon. Her mother is an influence on her, so most Mon need some kind of contest rank to them. Yeah. Actually, hold on. Now that you've mentioned that. Hang on a minute. Gonna pull up Joanna's page here. Okay, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. She only has a Kangaskhan. She only has a Kangaskhan in the contests. Okay. All right, I thought I might look into that, see if that could have better informed me here. A Kangaskhan named Jumpy. Okay. Let's see. Unlike previous mothers of player characters, Joanna is less content to stay at home. After the player begins the journey, she can be found in the contest on Hearthome City, and occasionally enters Master Rank Super Contests with her Kangaskhan named Jumpy. She is also known to travel to the resort area, where every so often she will visit the player's villa. She can also be encountered in the lobby of the Battle Hall, where she will be cheering in support of the player. He seems to be a friend of contest judge Kira. Okay, that informed nothing. In the game, Joanna only really enters with Kangaskhan. The anime gives her a pet Glameow, if that's any help, but I don't think that's significant. No, I don't think that's significant either. Alright, let's see. If I give her a Glaceon, she technically, oh, well, not technically, she overlaps with Candace for having Glaceon on the team, since that's her ace. But there is, as far as I can remember, which isn't much, because Diamond and Pearl and Platinum really kind of bored me. So, from what little I can remember of my Diamond and Pearl and Platinum playthrough, there was no trainer out there who had a Leafeon as their, like, signature Pokemon. Not even Gardenia, oddly enough. So, he's also got an Umbreon in the anime. Yeah, I think I just saw that before I flipped back to the other thing. Yeah, she's got an Umbreon here. But yeah, so I guess I could choose Leafeon if only because I would not want her to, like, overlap with Candace. But that's really the only rationale I can come up with, is that there's literally no other trainer out there in the Sinnoh region who has a Leafeon on their team, for as a signature Pokemon. In fact, let me check something out here for Leafeon. And what's more is that Leafeon would be at a significant disadvantage against any fights with Candace. So there's that. If nothing else, I could have Leafeon for the challenge, you know? Gen 4 level up. Razor Leaf. Magical Leaf. Synthesis. Giga Drain. Leaf Blade. Grass Whistle. Sunny Day. Okay, so it can learn Sunny Day. That's awesome. Can it learn? Yes, it can. Okay, so it can do the Sunny Day Solar Beam combo. Awesome. Oh, it can also learn Energy Ball. And Grass Knot. Well then, that's just great. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll go with Leafeon. I got no reason to choose it. I got no reason to choose Glaceon over it. There's really not much to it. All right, so Leafeon it is. There we go. All right. So, let's see. Who else should we give to Dawn? Is there anything else about Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum that you guys remember better than I do? Because, again, I don't remember much of the Sinnoh games. Well, okay. So, Veginox, I know you don't want me to. I know you wouldn't want me to add a Pika clone because because of the point you brought up earlier about it seeming like it's being like it's added as a token. However, I do feel like Pachirisu is a good addition to this team. Not only because, you know, Pachirisu is already also associated with Dawn as far as how popular it is, but like it does kind of fit, right? But I feel like Pachirisu can be included in here. Dawn has a Pachirisu. Yeah, like in the anime, she has a Pachirisu. This is acceptable. glad you feel so. Glad you feel that way. All right. Pachirisu. All right, there we go. You also have Baniri and Ambipom. In Platinum, Cynthia gives you a Togepi egg in Eterna City. In Diamond and Pearl, you get a Happiny egg in Hearthome City. By using Togepi, you can lean into Togekiss since the shiny stone is rarely available in Sinnoh's games due to Roserade needing. Okay. So, okay, wait a minute. So, in Diamond and Pearl, you get a Happiny egg, but not a Togepi egg. In Platinum, you get in Platinum, though, you get the Togepi egg. So that makes that makes it a little annoying to try to figure out here. In Platinum, you do not get the Happiny. Yeah, I got that from what you were saying. I'm just like, it makes it a bit of a hassle here because then it makes me feel like I have to come up with different what you call it. It makes me feel like I have to come up with different like I feel like I have to come up with different teams between Diamond and Pearl and then Platinum. Okay, let's see. Also, Togepi Egg is literally a story event. Okay, is it a, well, no, because you just said you get Happiny Egg in Diamond and Pearl only. You don't get the I'm assuming you don't get the Togepi Egg in Diamond and Pearl, right? You only get the Togepi Egg in Platinum, which replaces the Happiny Egg you get in Diamond and Pearl. Am I understanding that correctly? Oh, that's why. Hold on. So that's why there's a picture of a Happiny right here. Because this is a remake of Diamond and Pearl specifically, and in Diamond and Pearl you get the Happiny Egg. Okay, I see. Interesting. Feel like that's quite. That's a bit of a conundrum. I don't want to. I have to include one or the other here. Wait a minute. Don't you also get Don't you also get a Lucario in, or not a Lucario, but don't you also get like a Riolu in the game? That image is relating to Pokemon you can walk with in Amity Square, which is why Torchic and Skitty are there. Okay, that's pretty cool. That explains the Torchic and Skitty. But the Happiny there has to be a reference to the Happiny Egg that you get gifted. Riolu egg from Riley on Iron Island. You get a lot of eggs. At least two. Apparently you get at least 2 eggs in You get at least 2 eggs in the Sinnoh games. You get a Happiny egg or a Togepi egg, but you also get the Riolu egg. Interesting. All right. Okay. So I have to play Diamond and Pearl, and then I have to play Platinum separately because I need to document the differences between the 2 games. right? I got to document what sort of story changes were retconned in the games. You do not get the Togepi Egg and Diamond and Pearl. Only Platinum, since everything after Manaphy in the Platinum Dex is not available before post-game in Diamond and Pearl. Right. Okay. Oh, ads. There's gonna be an ad here in about 3 minutes, fellas. Alright, so... Oh! I think I have an idea on how to solve this issue. Okay. I think I have an idea of how to solve this issue. Well, let's see what I do here. And I think I have to do the same thing for... I think I have to do the same thing for the Hoenn games. Because... Yeah, because with the third versions of games, they are the more revised and therefore the more canon of the games, right? But I still have to play the base. I still have to play the base original games. So Ruby, Sapphire, Gold and Silver, Crystal. We already know that Crystal is not the. We already know that Crystal is not the definitive version of the Johto games because Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Okay. Alright. I think I got it. So we're gonna have to make a bit of an adjustment here, guys. And by bit of adjustment, I mean, we're not changing anything, but we're shifting, right? So, what I'm gonna do here is, for the Hoenn games, I'm gonna split things up. So, again, Brendan is still gonna be the canon character for, like, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, but also he's gonna be the canon character for Emerald, right? And then, since I still have to document what goes on in Ruby and Sapphire, that means I could, I can use that opportunity to play as May for her and make up a canon team for her. And then I would have to do the same thing for Dawn, for Lucas and Dawn for this thing. What do you guys think? Is that a good solution, or is that a little too convoluted? Is that a bad idea? What do you guys think? Alright, let's see. Hey, more Pokemon won't bother me. Okay. But ads will. Ads! We are in the ad zone now. Alright, so here is what I will do. Sounds stupid. Let's do it. All right. Yeah. So we'll do that. All right. Yeah, because we kind of inadvertently did that already with Gold and Silver. And then with Gold, Silver, and Crystal, we split it up between the two. So we just have to kind of do the same thing with these guys, yeah? So we'll go ahead and we'll make up Dawn's. We'll make up Dawn's platinum team since she will be the one I will play platinum with, and of course like Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. So let's see. So obviously Togetic, we'll change that to Togekiss since Togekiss appears in Sinnoh. Adds over. Good. All right, so strategist, what I'm about to do here is I'm gonna shift the thing here a little bit, right? So this is gonna be a platinum team. This is gonna be specifically a platinum team, right? This is Dawn's canon team for platinum, and this is what she's gonna be using for that game. And then we're gonna do something similar for the others. We're gonna have Lucas be like the canon team for us for research purposes. We'll have a canon Lucas team run for Diamond and Pearl. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So, what else we got here for platinum for Dawn? We got Pachirisu, Togetic, Leafeon, and Polion. We need two more Pokemon to fill up our team. What else? What else can we do here? Because I do not know. And just for the record, Vetronox, I don't want to copy her anime team. I really don't want to if I can't, if I can avoid it. Rotom or Drifloon for the static encounter? Oh, yeah. Okay, I can do either of those. I think Rotom would be better because Rotom has definitely become very popular since its introduction in Gen 4. So I think Rotom is a good fit. Rotom. Masters has her with a grass starter if you want variety. Well, so the reason why I still have her with a Piplup is because I was going off of promotional material, right? All promotional material has her associated with Piplup, and that's not even considering any external media like like other games, like the anime, like the manga. So just based off of promotional material, off of artwork from the actual games themselves, she has more of an association with Piplup than any other starter. So that's why I still have her with Empoleon. I just don't want to copy her entire team. Masters, I believe, has the implication that her actual starter was Empoleon and that Turtwig was something she was raising new. And if that's true, then I guess Masters was also paying attention to the fact that Turtwig is like the second most associated Pokemon to Dawn, because yeah, like there's this artwork here. What else? There was more artwork that had her with her. There was this one here. There was this one here. There's this one here by the for the Kotobukiya figurine. So yeah, she has. It's not as much as Piplup, but she also has plenty of association with. She also has plenty of association with the Turtwig line. Ooh, what did Adventures give her? Ah, so even Pokemon Adventures had her with an Empoleon. Apparently also had her with a Lopunny. And a Pachirisu. Okay. What was Dawn's team by the end of the anime? I forget. Let's see. She had Piplup, Baniri, Pachirisu, Togekiss, Balava, Swinub, or Mamoswine, excuse me. Ambipom. Wait, she had a Oshawott? Okay. Alright, so... Okay, so I think I will put Baniri, because it looks like Baniri is also another Pokemon that is strongly associated with Dawn across different mediums, right? So I guess we could also do that. Baniri. Oh man, I just realized she's got no. Well, no, she's got a Surfer. Never mind. Empoleon right here. Surf user, Cut user, Fly user. Which might be why Barry is using Piplup in Masters, because being her rival, he'd have a Torterra, and and what better way to show that friendship than giving your friend and rival an egg or hatching of your original starter? Yeah. So, guys, I think I'm gonna give her Lopunny to fill out the rest of this thing. I think I'm gonna give her Lopunny as the final option. And I spelled Lopunny wrong. There we go. I mean, yeah. So yeah. This is actually a great example of what I was talking about earlier, Vedrinox. Unless I can't help it, I'd rather not copy paste. I'd rather not copy paste Dawn's anime team, because the Dawn in the anime and the Dawn in the games are two different characters. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, that can't have the same like Pokemon on their team. There's a there are subtle differences here. However, because of the strong associations shared across different mediums, most of the team looks like it shares it is shared with like the anime Dawn as well as the manga Dawn. Which contest stats do you think each of these benefits? Well, for Lopunny, it's got to be beauty, hands down. Beauty has to be for Lopunny. Cute for Pachirisu. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know about the rest. Sometimes it's unavoidable as they will influence one. Yeah, exactly. That's what. Yeah, exactly. Vetronox, you get it. So yeah, I think Lopunny is. I think Lopunny's more for. Really, I can't even say. I can't even give Lopunny a reason here. Friendship Evolution wasn't introduced in Gen 4. That was... Actually, hold on. Was Friendship Evolution? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold the fuck on. Wait a minute. Lopunny isn't the first instance of a Friendship Evolution, is it? Yeah, no, okay. Introduced in Gen 2. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know why in my brain I was thinking... I don't know why in my brain I was allowing myself to think that that might have been something. Lopunny is not a poster child of Friendship Evolutions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Togepi itself evolves via friendship. I should have realized that. Alright, well, I guess it's just Lopunny. No other words, just Lopunny. Wait. I think I know what to put, if for nothing else than a laugh. There. How about that? Lopunny is poster child. Lopunny is poster child of furry bait Pokemon. Nah. I'm not gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that as a serious thing. Yeah, I'm not wrong, but honey tree encounters. Yeah, I probably could do that. Honey tree encounters. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to go through, I do not want to go through the extreme hassle that is trying to find the honey tree Munchlax. That is, I'm gonna fully pass on that, Chief. I'm gonna let Barry keep his little title of being the honey tree champion, because he deserved it in order to get that Munchlax. Munchlax is the poster child for honey trees, though. Yeah, but I don't want to have to go through the hassle of trying to get a Munchlax. That, you know how much time that's gonna take? I'd rather just catch any other honey tree exclusive Pokemon. In fact, let's go look that up. Let's go look up the honey tree exclusive Pokemon, and hopefully it's not Munchlax only. Go to Platinum. You got a Heracross as a side effect for waiting for Munchlax, obviously. Honey trees. Pokemon found on honey trees. Wurmple, Combee, Aipom, Burmy, Cherubi, Heracross, Munchlax. Okay. I'm are these Pokemon exclusive to honey trees? Let's find out. So I think Wurmple is not exclusive to honey trees for in Sinnoh. Let's see. Wurmple. Game locations. Diamond and Pearl. Found in Eternal Forest. Everything else is via honey trees. Okay. Wurmple is the only one that isn't exclusive to honey trees. Okay. Let's see here. Combi. Combi. I'm Mr. Combi. I have some bodies. Let's see. So they're exclusively found in honey trees, okay. So Apoms are exclusively found in honey trees? Huh. Yeah, see, look at this. Random based on SID. Hell no. That's absurd. Not even gonna bother. I'd rather go through a 5% chance encounter rate than a random thing based on some fucking stat ID. Okay. Let's see. I feel like out of all of these, if I was to break it down, I would either do Burmy or Cherubi as the honey tree Pokemon to choose for Dawn's team. Apom is exclusively in trees in the generations that let it appear there. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. In fact, let's verify. Trust but verify, guys. Trust but verify. Apom. Headbutt trees, trade event, Fari Zone, trade event, Shadow Pokemon Lab, trade, honey trees, headbutt trees, breed Ambipom, Friend Safari, hidden Pokemon. Okay, okay, I got you. I see what they mean by that. But it's not in a tree. Pony Plains, not in a tree. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, honey trees. Grand Underground in the spacious cave after obtaining Defog. Yep. Cool. Alright, so that's mostly true, it seems. But yeah, I would still say that let's see. Maybe if I choose Cherubi and by extension Cherim, I will have two pure grass types, which is not an ideal situation to be in. Gens 2 and 4 are the only ones with tree mechanics aside from XY, which Apom is in the post game only for. Okay, I got you. But yeah, so if I was to go with Cherim, I would have two pure grass types on the team, and that's not ideal. That is not an ideal situation to be in, especially when one of the gyms that I have to battle is an ice type gym. Okay, let's see. Wormadam, though. Wormadam. Sorry about that. Had to cough for a minute. Let's see. For Worm Madam, I can do this. Let's see. Bug Grass. Again, grass is not good because I already have a grass type. Bug Ground. And I could have ground type coverage. I don't think I have anything on my team that's really susceptible to ground. Rotom has Levitate. Togetic is Flying type. Leafeon resists ground types. So only Empoleon and Pachirisu would be weak to ground type. And then I already have a steel type in Empoleon. So overlapping steel type may not be the best decision. Tricky, tricky, tricky. I guess I could go for Heracross. You know? Yeah, I guess I could go for Heracross. What other media says for her having an established Worm Madam is it's the plant clip. That's the anime, right? The anime had her with a Worm Madam, didn't she? Nope, negative. I was incorrect. That might have been the manga? Nope, I'm wrong again. At least in the manga, she has a Cherrim though, but she also has a Frostlass. BDSP and Masters have her with a Plant Cloak Worm Madam. Oh, you mean like Rowan's assistant Dawn? Okay, that's what you mean. Tough decision. I don't know. I think having the Heracross might be better because for one thing, it's the second most rarest Pokemon to be found in honey trees, and I'm more willing to go to sit through a 5% encounter rate than whatever the hell Munchlax requires. And plus, whenever I go up against Barry and his Munchlax, which eventually turns into Snorlax, it'd be a nice little like head-to-head match between two Honey Tree Pokemon, one of which has the fighting type advantage over the clearly normal type Snorlax. So I think that's what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go for the Heracross for the Honey Tree Pokemon. It's the second most rarest that I'm willing to like grind for. Or you could compare Megahorns against Barry's Heracross. That's true. That's true. I could compare it. I could go full Japanese. I could go full Japanese culture and do like a stag beetle fight. Yeah. God, I love Pokemon Coliseum soundtracks, dude. It's so good. Not using Pinsir for a stag beetle fight. Hey. Not every beetle fight has to be with the same kind of beetle, you know? You've got rhinoceros beetles, you've got stag beetles, right? They can fight each other. In fact, that's the whole. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's explicit in the games that Heracross and Pinsir are rivals. They're rival species to reference the whole stag beetle, to reference the whole beetle fighting thing in Japan. Heracross, honey, treat. Oh, come on. Hold on. Okay, 8-point font. Honey tree Pokemon. There we go. You literally said stag beetle fight, and neither you or Barry are using a pincer. I did literally say stag beetle fight. That is not what I meant. I meant beetle, just a beetle fight. All right, here we go. We finally got it. We made Dawn's platinum team finally. So we have here Pachirisu, Rotom, Heracross, Empoleon, Leafeon, and Togetic. Awesome. That's quite a lot of work we got done here. So we started off with making Gold's team. Then we moved on to Chris, and we finally got to Dawn. And then we figured, oh, I should probably do the same for for May and then for Lucas because of how things are kind of laid out here for the project. So for next week's stream, we will go ahead and do that. In the meantime, though, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap things up because we're at that 5-hour mark now, and it looks like in about a minute there's gonna be an ad playing. All right, so yeah, so next week, let's see. Again, so I do want to try to get started streaming Pokemon games next week. However, it looks like we're not gonna get there. That's fine. That's quite all right. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna continue working on this next Friday, right? Next Friday, and then Saturday is gonna be a bit different, right? Actually, hold on. Hang on a second. All right. Okay, so yeah, so like I was saying, right? The streaming is long term. Taking longer means you have content for longer. True. However, I'm just getting back to streaming, and I need to try to figure out how long I can go, so that way I can have a good rhythm, you know. And I think 5 hours is a pretty good one. I did not mean to go 7 hours. Yes, last night that was a complete fluke of mine, and yeah, I would rather not make that a consistent thing for 7 hours. I don't. Sadly, my job is a bit more important. I do have to consider that, especially on Sundays. Oh, looks like you guys are in the middle of an ad. Alrighty. 5 is consistently good, and the ads are here. Yep, ads are here. All right, we'll give it a minute for you guys to come back from the ads. 3 to 5 hours is a good balance. Yeah. 3. So I do want to shoot for 5 hours at the least. I'd rather not go as long as 7 hours or 8 hours. I'm glad to know that I can. I'm glad to know that I can once I get started, but that it's not something I want to. It's not something I'm in a position to do consistently because I have to consider my real job. But yeah, got about 20 more seconds for the rest to come back here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this coming next Saturday, that's the 15th. Oh, right. There's that. What else we got here? All right. Welcome back from the ads. Okay, so, like I said, on this coming Friday on the 14th, right? On November 14th, we're going to continue doing more of this Project Herodotus frameworking. Hopefully, we can get a lot of it done and start streaming actual Pokemon games the following Friday, so on the 21st. Honestly, I'm super interested to learn the Gen 5 teams. Oh, yeah. Well, I have a good idea as to what the Gen 5 teams are going to consist of. But yeah, I'm also excited to try to go over that with you guys. But yeah, so on the 14th, more Project Herodotus work. And then on the 15th is something different because I am going to be doing a collab with Starcrossed, with Astra and Aura from Starcrossed, because I believe it is her birthday. Yeah, I think it's her birthday, and she wanted to do like a whole collab, a whole like streamer collab with me and our other siblings. I think we're playing Peak was the name? Yeah, Peak. Peak. So we're gonna be playing Peak on Saturday to celebrate her birthday. And then starting tomorrow, and of course tomorrow's is a variety stream. We're gonna be playing We're gonna be playing a game, one of my favorite games actually. We're gonna be playing some Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. Right? So, Pico? No, Peak. Oh, you're kidding. You got me. Alright, so yeah. We're going to be playing Warhammer 40k Dawn of War tomorrow. And then we're going to, hopefully, I'm pretty sure I can beat the whole game within one stream, within 5 hours. Depends on how I play. But I'm pretty sure I can beat it in 5 hours. If not, well, I can always beat it in the next Sunday on the 16th. It looks like, yeah. So yeah, that's what to expect for tomorrow, as well as for next week. All right. I don't think there's anybody on right now that I can raid. Let me double check here. No one's on that I can raid. Okay, well that's fine. Don't wanna raid every single time. Pretty sure that might be a little exhausting. Anyways, this is where we're gonna wrap it up here, guys. Thank you so much for attending my stream today. I'm still getting my feet wet when it comes to reaction content. All right, I'm certainly gonna try my best. Veginox, I am gonna take your advice that you gave me to heart. So thank you very much for that tip you gave me earlier. Everyone, Rio, Strategist, Holy, I know Holy left like a long time ago, but thank you guys for joining the chat today. I also want to thank the bot for joining the chat, so that way I can remember how to mod. So, appreciate that, bot. Thank you very much. Anyways, again, thank you guys for joining the stream, and I'm going to sign off right now. See you guys tomorrow.